Ajinma Lochlear. Good morning, Dublin. And a huge welcome from the Emerald Isle to all those watching around the world. Dublin is the capital of the Republic of Ireland and plays host to the first time for the Karate1's World Series, the Premier League, encompassing the best of the best. Dublin Karate1 Premier League is the fourth and final tournament of the 2023 season. And we'll be determining who will become crowned the grand winner in each of the 12 divisions. Our programme comes to you live from the spectacular Sport Island National Indoor Arena. And the programme is being broadcast on selected networks around the world. And not only is the first time for the Karate1 Premier League here to be hosted in the city of Dublin, but it is also the first major worldwide karate event ever to be staged on the island of Ireland. I'm Billy Brennan, and joining me to provide you with live commentary for all of the action is former Karate International and World Karate Federation referee from the United States, Jay Farrell.
Good morning, Billy. It's an honor and a pleasure to work with you this morning.
So, first thing is, what do you think of Ireland, Jay?
Oh, it's fantastic. The people are lovely, and the event itself is of the highest caliber. The preparation of both the athletes and the people putting it together is the best.
And we do have the best of the best. And as you see here, the bronze medal bouts are the opening for the tournament. And starting off with the female Kata. Kata is an incredible discipline, isn't it, Jay?
Oh, Kata is the epitome of karate itself. It's the form, it's the shape, it's what karate is made of. Now,
after the individual categories, we go on to the Kumite. And Kumite is all about fighting and the karate kicks and strikes, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Kumite itself means the engagement of hands, and the so that's trying to utilize kicks, punches.
Welcome everybody to the Sport Island National Indoor Arena, and welcome to this edition of the Karate1 Premier League by the World Karate Federation and the Irish Karate Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last stop of an amazing season. So let's go for it. This morning program begins with the third place bout. Starting, as usual, female Kata.
And now, Jay, you often find yourself going out as a referee. How do these people feel as we wait for the ring speaker, Oisin Redondo, to introduce our athletes?
Well, everybody's a little bit nervous, but the anticipation is what makes it right.
Just looking behind the scenes as both these amazing athletes are coming out to represent their country, both from Japan.
I'm always excited to see this high level of competition and athletic performance.
7 judges lined up.
Referees in charge for this first category on our tatami.
They're awaiting the entrance of the introduction of the 2 athletes. Are these 7 judges there? What are they sort of looking for?
So there are certain.
Ready for an exciting competition here for the Karate1 Premier League in Dublin.
So the judges.
Yeah. So there are certain criteria looking for. Balance, the coordination of your movements, speed, rhythm of the kata, as well as the technical performance.
This is the chief judge for the competition. This is Uğur Kobaş of Turkey, isn't it?
Yes, it is. He's.
It says Yakim Fernandez, but it isn't Yakim.
It is not Yakim. Uğur's one of our top officials that we have, and has a great reputation.
Introducing first, Aka. Aka wearing red. Coming from Japan, please welcome Iwamoto Emiri.
Iwamoto Emery was third in the A Series in Venezuela and Canada. He also took a third place in Rabat in the Karate 1 Premier League. She's won 3 times as a Karate 1 Premier League player, 6 silver and 9 bronze.
No, she has really come on in the last year or so. Very impressive performances.
And calling now, Al. Please welcome wearing blue. Al, coming from Japan as well. Hisami Nakaji.
Hisami Nakachi, just 19 years of age.
Yeah, she's
from Papuren, Al Tian Nochinto.
So we have the first of the 2 athletes will be performing, and that will be Iwamoto Emery. She'll be wearing red. She performed Ohandai in the quarterfinals, and she's going to perform the Kata Papuren.
Papuren is a very difficult kata and has become very popular, derived from the white crane style.
And White Crane, the origin is from China.
China, yes.
White Crane Kung Fu.
Yeah, and Fujian province is kind of the home of karate.
The home of karate.
Origins.
As an origin from Okinawa.
Yes.
From China to Okinawa.
Yes, then Okinawa to Japan, and it'll be exciting to see her interpretation of this kata.
You're very familiar with Japan. You just spent 17 days there.
Yes, in coordination with the Fukuoka Premier League event. I spent a week in Tokyo before and a week after training myself.
But you've also lived there, Jay.
I did. I lived there for 2 years with the Navy. But now...
A chance to have a look now at Iwamoto Emery, 35 years of age, and her performance of Papuren. So what will the judges be looking for here, Jay?
So they look for the consistency of the techniques within each other. So is the stance the same whenever they perform that stance? Are the hands and feet and the hips moving together as one? As well as the speed, power, and also where are the eyes looking? Are they coordinating with the body movements?
For people who don't understand kata, they don't understand what's happening here, how would you explain these feet position and hand technique?
Yeah, at the basic level, kata is literally shape or form. So there's a certain way of performing the offensive and defensive movements that are put together to represent techniques developed by certain masters and teachers beforehand. And so there has to be consistency within, like for instance, this would be a Zenkutsudachi, and should go into what we call a cat stance, because it looks like a cat's foot stance.
Right.
And those all need to be transitioned well. And notice how her hands are coordinated with her feet to get the best power and focus. Of course, all kata have what they call kiais, which is the focusing of the energy for that moment.
Kiai, and that's the shout.
That's the shout, but it's not just a shout. Again, it has to be coordinated with the body movements and your breathing.
It's very dynamic, very explosive.
Yes. And that's part of what they're looking for the judges, is the appropriate slowness and quickness of the movements. But notice when it's slow, it's still powerful. She's breathing, tightening the abdomen to get the best focus in those hand movements as well as tension in the feet. So when I am judging, I am always looking at the abdomen and the breathing. to make sure that it's coordinated well.
It's part of that transitional movement.
Yes, and transitioning the hands and feet when you move to a different direction should work together. You shouldn't finish the stance and then have to move, the hands follow, as an example.
In individual kata, we don't get a chance to see what the explanation is, but in team kata, they have the bunkai, don't they?
Yes, the bunkai is the application of these moves. So if someone is not familiar, they may not know why are the hands moving there, but with the bunkai you can see it applied, and which is a very exciting part of a team kata. So at the end of this kata performance, the judges will then have to award a score. And for high-level international competitions, world class, the scores will be in the 8-point to 9-point range. And I anticipate that there will be very good scores awarded at this level.
And they'll put the score in now, won't they, before the second player performs the kata? Are they making a direct comparison between the two, or are they looking at the perfect kata?
So ideally, they're looking at the perfect kata, but of course, when the other person comes up, there's going to be a comparison.
Yeah.
And when there's only two competitors, you don't want to tie.
Exactly. So now we have Isami Nakaji, also from Japan, just 19 years of age, and her choice of kata is Kian no Chinto. Now, this is very unusual to see Kian no Chinto. 102 kata on the list, but this is not one of the most popular in that list. So it's very unusual to see this. Can you tell us about this kata?
It is unusual to see Kian no Chinto because Kian is derived from the name of one of the famous karate masters of the early 20th century, Chotoku Kian, and he was the kind of the forefather of the styles that we call Shorin-ryu. And you will see the embusen, which is the directions of the kata, is different. Rather than straightforward and side to side, is at a 45-degree angle. And this is more popular with the Okinawan styles of Shorin-ryu, as opposed.
And the stance, the weight distribution in the stances, the positioning of the feet differ between styles?
Yes, it changes between the teachings of the different styles. Of course, in karate there are many, many styles. That's why we have a general list of 102 katas without specifying what style, because sometimes different styles will have the same name for a kata but perform differently. And so this one of the, I think, great things in the last several years is the addition of the Okinawan specific katas. So, and this is one of them. I had actually learned this kata myself about 45 years ago, but I'd forgotten most of it. So it's nice to see it again. And some styles will have a different name. In Shotokan, they would call it Gankaku. Then Shitoru, Chinto.
So that is the performance of both the athletes now. And as the judges will be inputting the scores, and you'll hear the beep when those scores have been assessed. And then the chief judge will make their way to the other side of the tatami to announce which of these two is going to be the winner of the bronze medal. Now, you're a referee Jay, so I'm not going to ask you because it would be unfair of me to do so. You're not a judge at the moment. You're a commentator.
Yes.
And you're helping to explain what the judges are looking for. And at the end of the day, those scores are going to be assessed, and the top higher score and the bottom lower score are taken away from the 7 judges, and the balance is the result.
Yes, that's recently changed. Previously, we had a division of the physical attributes and the technical attributes. Now it's all combined as just one score. And so it'll be the middle 5 scores that will be averaged out. So let's see.
And this is Yakim, who's going to be making his way to the other side. And it goes to red Iwamoto Emery.
So there had to be a tiebreaker because they both had the same score, 43.6. And there's a methodology that the computer utilizes in awarding, adding back in the low score, then the high score of those eliminated. So essentially, the judges viewed it as pretty much equal, and I agree they were both excellent katas.
Just a chance to have a look at some of the highlights of that bronze medal winning kata from Iwamata Emery. So our second bronze medal match will be coming up in just a few moments.
Female Kata bronze medal match number 2. Here we go.
Judges will be making their way to the center of the area, and here are the 2 athletes just getting to their final moments of preparation before they come out into the arena. Focus of attention from Tali Alvertia of France.
Yeah. This is where the mental preparation is just as important as the physical preparation, to be able to do their best.
This is Portugal of Germany.
Introducing first this one, Kata, wearing red, heading from France. Please welcome Helvetia Hailey.
Helvetia Hailey of France, 24 years of age. She performed Goju Shiho Sho in the quarterfinal. She was a silver medalist in the European Championships in Guadalajara, Spain recently. She had competed in Rabat, but she didn't take any medals on that occasion. Perhaps today's the day.
Oh, very good. Coming in from Japan, please welcome Ono Maho.
Another player from Japan. Just demonstrates the strength of depth, doesn't it, from the Japanese team?
Yes, absolutely. Japan is consistently strong in the kata category, and has been for a long time.
And you referred to Okinawa and the origin. Of course, the first Olympic medal, male Olympic medal, went to Okinawa, the first medal to be won by that part of Japan. And it was Ryo Kyuna. Oh.
Yeah, Ryo Kyuna not only represented Japan well, they represented the whole art of karate well to the world, and coming from the origins of Okinawa. even more so. His coach, his sensei, Sakamoto sensei, was also a many-time world champion.
He was 3 times world champion.
3 times world champion.
Mind you, I have to say, Kiyono Ryo is 4 times world champion now.
Yes.
Can you imagine that ever being beaten?
I think that is a proud moment for the teacher.
Phenomenal.
For the student to outpace him. What's she doing? So she will, Tyler, be performing Gankaku.
Gankaku, yeah.
Which is similar to the Chinto kata, but specifically for the Shotokan style.
And this is Crane on a Rock.
Yes.
And there are those 4 crucial Jodan Yokogeris, the high side kicks, aren't there? And the balance is so important, isn't it?
Yes, it is considered a difficult kata because of the balancing on one foot and being able to perform difficult techniques. And you notice that the stances in this kata are different from, say, what you saw earlier in Kyon no Chinto, but they're both from the same family.
It's good to see France yet again in medal contention. Sandy Scordo, of course, retired. She was a fantastic athlete, wasn't she?
Yes, actually, France has a great history of excellent kata performers, and it's nice to see them back up again.
Absolutely. We have France and Japan going for this bronze medal in the 4th and final Karate1 Premier League here in Dublin. The last time I remember of a major world event, 2012, the World Championships in Paris. Sandy Scordo against Riko Yosami.
Yeah.
And Yosami's performance in that Chatinara Kushanku was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance. Both you and I were there as officials.
We were indeed.
Yes.
In fact, I was commentating at that. I was refereeing part of the World Championships, but I was commentating, and yourself, of course.
Never enough work for you.
And this is that balancing position.
Yes. So Shotokan style katas like this are noted for their bigger motions, more wider, full range techniques. Very solid performance.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Helvetia Tally performed Goju Show in the quarterfinal. Now Gankaku. What can Ono Mahu do? Her quarterfinal performance was Chatinara Kushanku. She did Papuren in the semi-final, and now Superempe is her choice.
Yes, she's doing all very high-level katas. Superempe is very popular in the finals for many of the athletes.
And that's a good point you make, Jay, because although there are 102 kata on the list, there may be 20 or so kata that are generally chosen.
That's accurate. The kata list includes many katas that we would consider more intermediate level, but it provides opportunity for people to perform at all levels, because it's the same kata list we use for the youth league as well.
Exactly.
And although there are different versions of this kata, Superempe, the two main types are Shitoru and Gojuru. And this is what is considered a Nahate kata, Naha referring to an area of Okinawa.
Nahate, Shirate,
Shirite, Tamarite.
Tamarate.
Yeah.
The different cities in the regions of Okinawa.
Yeah. And in the old days, they were at quite a distance, but nowadays they're almost within one city.
Merging of the city, but not so much mergement of the style.
No,
There's
still a distinction, yes. So it is interesting, the transition of, we have Gojuru in Okinawa, we have Gojuru in Japan, who perform their katas somewhat
Gojuru,
slightly different.
hard, soft style.
Yes, hard, soft. Just like the word judo, so it means
Gentle way.
Gentle way. So these are often descriptive, sometimes taken by the sensei's name, but in this case is very descriptive. So in this case, you can tell by the open-handed techniques that she's doing a Shito-ru version of the kata as opposed to goju. But in either case, the solid stance, again, coordinated breathing. If you watch the hara meaning the lower belly area, you can see the breath control that is being executed with the techniques.
And just looking at that particular area is similar to Cientian, part of the kata. So different katas combine and merge. And
yes, so for instance, in this kata, if it is Shitoru, it would have consistent stances throughout, for whether it's a kata like you said, Cientian, or whether it's Superempe, or in any one of another number of kata. And then you want to look for the consistency for this style of their basics. The basics called kihon. Notice how her head moves with her body, and so it's a coordinated response. Very well done.
so once again, two wonderfully performed katas. And the choice of the judges hasn't been an easy one, has it, to determine who's going to win?
Not at this level. And this time you have two different styles. You have a Shotokan and the dynamic physical movements compared to Shito-ru style, which is a little bit quicker. And so it'll be exciting to see how the judges evaluate this.
So which way will it go, blue or red?
Blue.
And it goes in favor of Ono Mahu.
I noticed that this
Yeah, you were noticing.
Yeah, I noticed that during the what we call the.
We are having our company ready for some Kumite action. Meanwhile, let us remind you that this morning program is about the bronze medal matches. Remember, this afternoon session will be about the gold medal matches starting at 3:30 p.m.
Yeah, so there's the a little prompt there from Hoshin, the gold medal bouts later on. The mats are being changed over. The center area is going to have a rectangle on each side now. And that is all about Kumite, isn't it, Jay?
Okay. Yes, the The mats are changed so that the athletes, the fighters, have a particular place or line to go back to after every interaction. So this helps, keeps it clear. They didn't always use this method, but I think it's been has helped a lot. For kata, you don't want to have the variation in colors, and so you have a consistent blue throughout.
Yeah.
But just make sure everybody goes back to their place.
And with Kumite, we just noticed there are some hand pads there. There is safety equipment that's all important in Kumite, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a certain amount of safety equipment that's required, including, of course, your mouthpiece to protect the jaws and against concussions. You have chest protectors, as well as for the male, you have to protect your lower area. And then also the hand pads are coordinated with the shin and instep protectors, all being the same color.
And they all have to be homologated by the World Federation. They can't just turn up with any old hand pads. They have to be specific, don't they?
That's correct. And it's not just a specific brand, but it's ones that meet specific specifications by the WKF. They're very detailed in what they require and it requires a long process for manufacturers to get approved.
We have a new category on the way. Female Kumite under 50 kilograms, bronze medal match number 1.
Once more, the judges are making their way to the areas, and if people watching have seen karate competition before, then they will notice something very different. If you haven't, then I'll get a chance through Jay to give an explanation of how the scoring system works in just a few moments.
Sure.
There are 4 judges and a referee. The center referee, as you see here, will be conducting the bout. Their responsibility, Yoshiki Nobukawa of Japan, will be conducting the bout. Their responsibility is to look for the warnings and penalties.
Yes.
The judges look after the scores.
Yes, there's a recent change to that. Now, similar to boxing, the referee is in charge of conducting the match, awarding penalties, and making sure there's smooth operation. The judge's major responsibility is to score points, of which there are 3 different levels.
Now, wearing blue, coming from Ukraine. Please welcome Katrina Kriva.
Katrina Kriva.
Under 50 kilograms, bronze medal match number 1.
You see on the bottom of the graphic there, 16 Yukos, no Wazaris and no whip punches. All of those scores were single point punches.
Just punches are only way to get a Yuko, which is equivalent to 1 point. Whether it's to the head, it can be a strike, it can be a back fist, it can be a punch, but those are all Yukos. If the person kicks to the body.
Yuko, a 1 point score.
1 point score. 2 point scores are called wazari, and those are awarded for kicks to the body, or we call the chudan area. Chudan meaning middle level. And then ippon, or 3 points, are awarded for kicks to the head, or if any part of the body is touching the ground other than the feet when the score is awarded. So, for instance, a punch can receive something.
Okay, so now, thank you for that, Jay. The judges no longer have flags in their hands. They have a joystick, and they press buttons determining what they feel is a score. And in a while, when there is a score given, you'll see the scoreboards change, and there'll be... this is where basically the clock is just simply stopped, and the referee is looking to give a passivity warning.
Yes.
He wants them to get into the action.
No action was happening, and so you give a passivity to both since there are no scores. If one person had been ahead, he would have only given it to the other person.
So you see now on the graphic 2 yellow cards that have been imposed. Basically 4 strikes and you're out. If you get 4 yellow cards, the 5th one is a red one, you are disqualified.
That's correct. And you give them in order of 1, 2, and 3. They're called Chewy. So Chewy 1, Chewy 2, Chewy 3. However, in certain circumstances, you can go straight to the 4th yellow card, which would be called a hansoku chui. And then at that point, you're left with the final red card, which would be a hansoku.
And that's it. You lose the match. So here it looks to be a further passivity warning. So they're both now level on warnings or penalties.
Yeah, we haven't always had the passivity call, and there were several circumstances in earlier World Championships many years ago where you would go through an entire gold medal match with no action, and so this was one way to try to resolve that type of situation.
And it's a fine line, isn't it? Because the athletes do need to have a little bit of time to get into the bout, test each other, see what the reactions are. And there was the reaction. Now you see the scoreboard has changed. It's a 1-point score, and it's been given in favor of blue. And on the right-hand side, you see 2 judges have given that score. So those 2 blue flags signify that 2 judges have gone with it.
Yeah. So it requires a minimum of 2 judges to award a point. And in this case, for the first point given, when the other person does not score, there's also a thing called senshu, or first unopposed point.
That's an advantage, isn't it?
That is an advantage. If the match ends with the same score and one person has senshu, they will automatically be declared the winner.
And that senshu on the scoreboard is identified by the bottom right-hand side of that blue square. There's a red, there is a green triangle with a black S in it. That signifies senshu.
That's correct.
And on the graphic on the screen, often there is the green dot on the side, which will signify also the senshu.
Yes. And now we have a video review.
And it is for red, as you see. 4 screens. The referee review team on the right-hand side, the camera operator, and the referee making the decision. They aren't in the arena. They are away from the arena, so they can't see the action. All they can do is look back at the last 6 seconds of the bout and see if there is a score from the one that's been asked for the review, in this case, red.
Right. So in this case, upon the review, the video supervisor determined that there was no appropriate score given. So the ability for further video review is taken away from the red.
Now we have a second point for blue, and it's a 1-point score again. 4 blue flags you saw on the screen.
Yeah, so so this is brand new for this year. Let's see the action. Is that the went over to what we call clickers, as opposed to having a physical flag in your hand.
Oh, this time red has received flags from the judges. 2 of them have gone for that score. Zhang Yiting of Hong Kong, China now has leveled the score, 2 points each. Both going in at the same time, but it is blue that gets the support of the judges. Katarina extends her lead by a further yuko. 28 seconds still of the bout to go. Zhang Yiting starting to hunt her prey down into the corner. Katarina tries to keep her away. That's the signal to show that we're within the last 15 seconds of the bout.
Right. Under 15 seconds is called Ato Shibaraku, which just means a little more time. The importance is that there can be elevated penalties during this period.
And that has happened with Zhang Yiting. Now, with just 7 seconds still on the clock, there's another score from Katarina Kraiva.
Yeah, it's nice to see her still in the fight, even though she has a lead and has senshu. If she tried to run away, she would be penalized and lose her senshu advantage.
1.1 second and 0.6 of a second left. There's still time with a big movement. There's a hooking kick from Kraiva.
Outstanding.
She managed that bout so well, didn't she, Jay?
She did very well. And I love it when fighters are in the fight. And
good win there from Katarina of Ukraine.
congratulations. Now that we've seen one match with Kumite, is that the clickers have two buttons on them. One at the front, which you would push, the judge would push for a yuko or for 1 point. They have a second button on top, which you would push for a wazari or for 2 points. And if you wanted to award ippon for 3 points, you push both at the same time. They give a vibration feedback to the judge to let them know that that the point was received. And then within 2 seconds, if somebody else, another judge, indicates a score, then that's when the scoreboard shows that there are 2 flags.
Absolutely.
Or
and
more.
I'm sure we'll see that happening along the way. We just had a few of the highlights of that bout. Let's see a chance to recapture some of the action.
Next bout of this category, female Kumite, minus 50 kilograms, bronze medal match number 2.
So we have 2 athletes now again warming up at the back. This is Neve Cosgrove, who's getting herself psyched up and ready to go. Cosgrove from England is up against Jelena Pehar of Croatia. And they don't take too much notice of each other. They're both in the zone, in their own worlds, aren't they?
It's the epitome of focus. You have to focus. It's always interesting to me how fighters prepare mentally prior to coming out.
Kata, ready red, coming from England, please welcome Neve Cosgrove.
Neve Cosgrove is punching above her weight here. She's got herself into a bronze medal bout. Her best position in the Karate1 A series is a 9th place in Athens. She hasn't won any medals at Karate1 Premier League level. So this is new ground for her. She has been a junior continental champion in the past.
From Croatia, please welcome Jelena Pehar.
Jelena Pehar also, she's performed in Croatia, Rabat and Fukuoka, but she hasn't taken any medals. She was a bronze medalist in the European Championship in Turkey last year in Gaziantep. This is going to be an interesting match between the two.
Yes, both relative newcomers to this level. But as an official, I see many of the same athletes event after event. And you can watch the progressions of those who show up to more events, get more experience, and then they finally start achieving some success. So it's exciting to see that.
More mat time.
Yes.
Venerando Olivelli, the chief referee, brings them onto the tatami and gets them into the action. So just reflecting for a second back onto this new system with the scoreboard and the flag's gone, but now the clicker system. You've been operating this over the last few days now yourself, Jay. How do you feel about it?
I wasn't so sure coming into it, being totally unfamiliar with it until this event, but I am actually impressed. And my fellow officials have all been resoundingly positive. And I think the bugs are worked out. It was worked consistently. They provided some training for us. Look.
There we have a very, very quick punch there from Pehar to open the score. 4 flags, 4 judges went for it. It's a 1-point score, a yuko. You'll also get that senchu you've talked about. And you see on blue now, where I made reference to a red dot, the square, the 1, has that green square around it, and that shows that she has the senchu.
Yeah. All right.
So lots of
they've been
new
very
graphics as well.
Yes.
With the new the new setup?
I've noticed it's been a little challenging for some of the referees to get used to waiting. We're so used to being efficient and quick. And now we hold the signal out until the animation is completed. And then we move on to the next call as the referee. Because the people operating the scoreboard have to wait for the animations to finish as well. So it's a teamwork.
Again, we got a 1-point score, Yuko. 2 of the judges went for it.
Now it is possible for both sides to score if in the appropriate circumstance.
If they have 2 judges support that score.
That's correct.
We see now a video request has been put in by the coach of Neve Cosgrove.
Right. So for Aka. And unlike last year, the coach does not have to ask for a particular technique. Just ask for any technique that may be valid during that last 6 seconds. And the video review manager can go back further than 6 seconds if needed, but usually the technique being referred to is within that time frame.
So we're looking at the attack and the video review request from Red, and that has been rejected. So the coach has lost his card. He can't ask for any more video review.
No longer for this bout, yes.
And we're halfway through the bout. Neve Cosgrove of England in red, trailing by 1 point to Jelena Pehar of Croatia, who also has the century, which effectively is like having 2 points for them.
That's correct.
A double kick there.
That's correct. There we go.
Very, very good.
Very clean.
It was Taekwondo style, pretty much. It came off one leg and then quickly switched to the other.
Good footwork, good focus, right on target. Very open to all 4 judges to be able to see.
Very fast movement there from Neve Cosgrove to give herself 2 cuts. But straight away, Pehar's come back in to claim another 1-point score. 3-3 is the score, but look at the green square around the number 3. That signifies that the Senchu still remains with Jelena Pehar.
This is turning into an excellent fight, both sides giving and taking and looking for more.
And as you said at the beginning, both of these athletes very, very similar in their stature, in their track record, so to speak.
Yeah. But they're bringing it all today. So
there's a lot at stake. Not only a medal, a bronze medal in the Karate1 Premier League, but also they want to impress the selectors because this is a Senior World Championship year.
Yes, it is. So the selection for the Senior World Championships has become more difficult, and the athletes need to go to more high-level competitions and perform well to get their ranking.
Both athletes going in at the same time for a punch, but it is Jelena Pehar of Croatia who takes another Yuko score. Perhaps it's time for Neve Cosgrove to pull out that kick again to the body, get a 2-pointer. This time, Cosgrove goes over the top with a punch. 3 of the judges have gone for the score.
She got the point. See how you had to wait for the animation to finish.
Yes. Oh, very fast again from Jelena Pehar. Cosgrove just doesn't seem to be able to read that immediate attack off the line from Pehar.
Yeah, the skill level of punches with the body moving forward is you can tell the difference between people who are excellent and people who are only good, because it's very hard to see, to visualize that attack coming.
Yeah. Into the last 22 seconds. Now, within the last 15 seconds, it is Cosgrove who's going to be warned. Watch those green dots. They go up to 4 now. She can't do any of that again. Pehar has the Senchu. Cosgrove needs to try and get herself back on the scoreboard. Now, Pehar's coach has put in a video review request. Do you think this is tactical?
So, So the video request actually was a few seconds ago, and so this is one of those cases where the video supervisor has to go back more than 6 seconds.
Right, and the match was stopped because it was the Kansai who blew that whistle.
Yeah, it was. So there. Yeah, so the referee panel is made up of different positions. You have the referee, you have the 4 judges, you have the Kansa, which is basically the match manager, to make sure there's no violation of the rules, make sure everything is operated correctly. So
and in that video review, we could see that punch had missed, but this one hasn't, because all 4 judges have gone for a 1-point score. And Cosgrove needs a 3-point score to get herself in contention to win this bronze medal.
It has happened.
Cosgrove is moving out of the way as quick as she can. She's got to be careful that she doesn't get penalised for running away and wasting time.
Right there. Right there.
If she would lose the senchu, that green square would disappear.
So the signal he gave was for avoiding combat.
Now,
if she had went outside, there would have been a different signal for Joga.
So she's lost the senchu. Now, it could be. If the Cosgrove can get a 2-point score, it would even it. But that's not going to be the case. And the bronze medal, and I think, has to be said, has been a worthy bronze medal from Pahar. She did all of the initiative right through the bag, didn't she?
Very worthy. No, she was right on her game, and she didn't let up. Very impressive by both competitors.
Very, very good. Jelena Pahar taking the 2nd bronze medal in the female minus 50 kilogram category. All smiles as we move into a male Kumite category. Coming up next, the male minus 60 kilograms. So, you were a Kumite player.
Yes.
You went to 2 World Championships as a representative of the United States.
Yes, many years ago.
Unless you did it.
Yes.
You were there. You've worn that T-shirt.
Yes, it was at the...
And you reflect on how you felt when you were standing on the line or getting ready to go out as these 2 athletes are preparing now.
Yeah, I was always very nervous. It didn't matter what level or how well I was doing. And then had to bring it all together by the time you get out on that mat. And people find different ways to work themselves up, some calmer and some more energy as you go out. I was more energy.
Wearing red, coming from Japan, please welcome Kondo Sana.
Another young fighter from Japan, 19 years of age, Kondo Sana. He was a silver medalist in Vancouver in the A Series. Hasn't won a Karate1 Premier League medal, but he has scored 10 Yuko on the way through, no Wazaris or Ippons, and those scores are the sum total of his elimination rounds in both the round robin, semi-final, quarter.
Male Kumite, minus 60 kilograms, bronze medal match number 1.
Abdallah Shaban wearing the blue colours. Shaban was 2nd in Rabat, and he was 5th in Fukuoka in the Karate1 Premier League.
So it's interesting with Kondo is that he was in Vancouver. I was there as well. He had to go to Series A to get wins and points to increase his world standing to qualify to come to a Premier League event. So he's putting in the work.
Absolutely. Again, this opening few seconds, just testing each other. Shaban throws that back leg kick just partly to see the reaction of Kondo.
Well, in the warming up part of the feeling out your opponent is why you're not allowed to give a passivity call within the first 15 seconds of the match.
And yeah, exactly as you say, that's to give the athletes a chance to do their little test. And now the referees.
So you notice the
Encourage
referee.
them to get on that Tsukete.
Right.
That's a good change to the rules. It's been in now for a couple of years or so, hasn't it?
And it's a requirement to give before passivity. There's Tsukete, which literally means to, as a command, to continue, to get on. We also have a new word phrase in the last couple of years called wakarete, to separate the players, to allow the action to continue without stopping every time they clash together.
And that's a little like the boxing referee saying break, box.
Yes, exactly what it means. Literally, translation is to separate.
Yeah.
And you're also not allowed to do a passivity in the last 15 seconds of the match either.
This is the passivity has been invoked by the referee. So both now have that 2 yellow cards each.
Yeah. Let's see if this inspires them to go on the attack.
And the thing is that even with these tests, is fake attack. Not a great deal of reaction apart from that one.
Yeah.
A 2-point score.
There's a good reaction on the part of the Kondo as Al began the punch. He was able to counter to the opening on the body.
4 judges have gone for red. And you see that kick to the body, but at the same time, there was a punch over the top.
So it's interesting.
Shaban.
Since a point has been awarded for red, the only way that the video review supervisor can give a point for blue is if he determines that blue's punch was before the kick.
Exactly, because the judges have all gone for red, all 4 of them. That's what he was looking at there, and in this case, the punch was not good enough to meet the criteria, and the 2 points and the senchu has been given to Kondo in red. So the green square around the 2 should appear at some point.
Yeah, it should.
But the senchu has been recorded and it is on the scoreboard, that green triangle in the bottom left-hand corner of the number 2 on the scoreboard. There's another score this time. It's going in favor of Abdullah Shaban, and it's a 3-pointer.
It's always amazing how once one person scores, the action picks up all around. So.
See the senchu now, that green square around the number 2. That could come into play as Kondo has now scored another 2 points. Same technique, that back leg kick to the body. Still got plenty of time, 37 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
Kondo Sena can get 1 more point. Another 1-point score would give him 5-5. That green square, the senchu, would then come into play.
So previously we saw the motion of the referee to separate them. That's an example of the wakarete. The idea is to give the athletes a safe distance to be able to separate, not worrying about an attack from the opponent where they continue.
We just saw Shaban receiving his 3rd yellow card. Into the last 3 seconds, and Kondo chasing as hard as he can. Shaban forced off the area. There's a video review request from the coach of Kondo Senna.
So the penalty was going to be awarded regardless of what happens with Aka. So that's why the referee did the penalty first. And since it was in the last under 15 seconds, it was elevated up to 4.
A really tight match that, wasn't it, Jay?
Very tight. For the first half, not much happened, but they brought it on in the second half. In any event, for both fighters, this has elevated their stature and probably their standings in the WKF rankings.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But they won't be in contention for the grand winner prize, because that's going to be determined later on. In fact, I can say that Hashimoto Hiromu of Japan has already become the grand winner.
Yes.
In this category. Just a chance to have a look at the back again. One of those highlights. The second of the bronze medal bouts in the male Kumite, minus 60 kilograms here in Dublin. The 4th and final Karate1 Premier League of the season.
Male Kumite under 60 kilograms, bronze medal, match number 2. What about?
This should be a great fight.
Well, we have an Olympian here in Angelo Crescenzo. He's also the World Games bronze medalist. And he's been very active in the Karate1 Premier League. He's taken the gold medal on 5 occasions. He's up against Christos Stefanos Senos, one of the Senos brothers. He's been active also. He's taken a bronze medal in Cairo and also in Rabat. He did compete in Fukuoka, but he didn't take any medals there. Guido Abdallah from Guatemala is the referee for the bout.
Aka, wearing red, coming from Italy. Please welcome Angelo Crescenzo.
Angelo Crescenzo, world champion, which he won in 2018 as a senior. He's also been a world silver medalist. Became European champion for the first time in Guadalajara this year.
And pulling out, wearing blue, coming from Greece. Please welcome Christos Stefanos Senos.
Christos Stefanos Senos. Haven't you looked at the WKF homepage? There's a fabulous photograph of this fighter on that front page, and ferocious looking warrior he was in the picture.
Yeah, their eligibility to be able to compete at this level is not only the WKF matches, but also their European or continental. And so it is a consistent high-level performance year in and year out that brings them here.
And with the Premier League, it's different to a continental championships or world championships where the national federation chooses who goes to represent the country. In the Premier League, an individual can enter, can't they?
Yes, they can. They, as long as they're in the top 32 ranked, and if not all those people are...
the top 100 can
100
enter at different levels, at different times.
At different times, depending on how if it fills up, if the entries fills up.
But the first opportunity goes to the top 32, doesn't it?
Right. In the Series A, anybody other than the top 32 can enter those competitions. And of course, at our youth leagues, we have thousands of competitors And it's a great, I think that's been one of the great things for karate, is having sort of that farm league where people can move up from youth into the adults and get international competition.
It's the Karate1 conveyor belt.
Absolutely. A nice pipeline.
They start off in the youth league and they continue on that conveyor belt, and that gets them ultimately to the Premier Leagues.
Right. Where back in our day, we didn't have those opportunities.
Not at all. I think it's regular competition against quality opposition.
100%. There are many people who compete at local tournaments, regional tournaments within their own country, but it's nothing like getting that international against the best.
Exactly. So the score has been opened and it's gone to Angelo Crescenzo. He has a 1-point score and he has the Senju advantage.
Video review request for blue.
See that kick going in from Reba. Here's the punch
Yeah.
on blue. Did it reach the target? There's 6 things he's got to get right, isn't there?
Yes, and distancing is one of them. And we'll see how this is evaluated. And I think we were both correct in where we thought it would go. It was just a little bit too far away.
Oh, that one was pretty sharp, though, wasn't it, from Crescenzo?
Yes.
As Sanders made his way forward, Crescenzo fired in that front hand punch for a 1-point score.
So it requires a lot of skill on the coach's part of when to call for a video review, because if they're wrong, they lose the opportunity again. And
now the kick was in the right area.
it's the right area.
But whether it had vigorous application.
That's correct.
That's one of those. The judges didn't seem to think so.
The power, the control, the distancing. Sometimes the hand may be on target for a punch, but the competitor is too close, isn't it? In this case, with the kick.
You see the leg come up.
And notice how he was fading away at the same time, which is possible to take some power off. That's probably what the judges were thinking.
So vigorous application really
and
wasn't
distancing. Yeah. A technique executed while the opponent's moving away is another example.
Rapidly moving back, it says in the rules.
It's going to take the power off of the technique.
Crescenzo opens his score with that 1 point, Yuko. There's another. 3 judges have gone for it. I must say, it's very clean, this new presentation with the scoreboards, isn't it? It's easy to see which judges have gone for it, not necessarily which ones, but how many.
Well, one of the problems we had with flags is that the referee cannot see all the flags all at the same time, and there could be delays. That's where the Kansa or the match controller would have to blow the whistle to let them know, hey, there's 2 or more flags out there.
Yeah. In this situation now, that when 2 or more judges give a signal for a score, the clock automatically stops and sounds. So there's no time lost whatsoever.
There's no time lost. Yeah, lots of times the clock would keep running previously. Now, I don't think it's come up yet, but if, say, one judge sees a punch, the other judge sees a kick, the controls will automatically go to the highest score. And if it's a tie, say there's two for blue, 1 low, 1 higher score, it automatically goes to the higher score.
But if it's, let's say, 2 for a 1-point score, 1 for a 2-point score.
Yeah, then it's majority rules. That's correct.
Very democratic system, this, isn't it?
Oh, there you exactly. Also, within the 2-second time frame to award a point is that, say I saw blue do a kick, but I hit the red button. All I have to do is hit the blue, and then the score transfers over to the correct side. Just like we had with flags, sometimes you would automatically throw out the wrong flag, and you just switch your flag. So he's taken advantage of it not being under 15 seconds to kill a little bit of time. But now he has to be more careful.
Well, that wasn't very subtle, was it?
No. Well, he doesn't have Senshu to lose.
No, that's true.
So, and he's in the lead.
Exactly.
So now it's the strategy.
He's still got 3 seconds to go. He can't go off the mat anymore. Crescendo comes in, makes that attack. Can't quite get there in time.
It worked for him.
It was a little dangerous to take that deliberate jogai in the way that he did. It could have gone sour on him, couldn't it?
I've seen too many matches where they do it too early. From a strategy side, it's usually best to wait till there's only very little time left, so the opponent doesn't have a chance to catch up. Well thought out fight by both fighters.
These athletes are also gymnastics.
They
are. My word.
But they also have to be careful of a new this year penalty for celebration. Yes.
Inappropriate celebration. So they have to be careful.
I enjoy watching it, but
it's sensational. But let's be honest. I've seen hurdlers who have been celebrating and then they run and they stumble over the hurdles and hurt themselves.
Yeah, you land
wrong. Having won the match.
Well, fortunately, it was the last match of the day for him.
Great win, though, for Christos Stefanos Xenos of Greece. Moving on to the female minus 55 kilogram category.
Minus 55 kilograms. Bronze for the match number 1.
Here we have Veronica Brunori, 22 years of age. She's competed in Rabat and Cairo. Didn't take any medals. The injury carrying Eri Shimura of Japan. 5th in Rabat. She didn't compete in Fukuoka, but she did take a silver medal in the A series in Athens.
Oh, excellent.
Neither of these have won gold medals in the Karate1 Premier League.
Veronica Brunori.
"15 Yuko she scored and just one Ippon. So look out for the punches. Eri Shima of Japan. Big contingency from Japan. Over 30 athletes.
Yes, I think it's top at this competition. My understanding.
I think the other consideration these athletes have is because their countries have so much strength in depth, it's going to be tough for the selectors for the Senior World Championships. So they need to field their players and see how they're performing in real world-class tournament, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And then some countries, will have a few good competitors that are top level, but maybe not the depth as certain other countries. But hopefully, with as the WKF moves on, and like I said, with the Youth League, and matter of fact, for referees next year, we have to go to a minimum of 2 Youth League events, so that they get more, they get better officiating, which will help build up the depth, hopefully, in more countries.
And the training regime is really quite intense for referees, isn't it, Jay?
Oh, yes, it is. It's very, very challenging. You have to come up in within your own nation, and so the United States, as an example, have to do regional, and then we work at the national level, and we get to the very top in order to go to our continental. In my case, it would be Pan American, and then you have to work up several levels there, going to competitions every year, going to seminars, taking tests, not always passing the tests, and doing it again, before you get to the world level. And then you start at the bottom, and you have to work your way up there. And then once you're at the top, you actually have more work. So for me to go to Budapest, I had to go to 2 Premier League events, a Series A event, a Youth League event, not counting the Pan American events I have to go to, and the national events, all to stay at that level.
And you're married to a beautiful lady called Jem.
Oh, she's
How
wonderful.
tolerant must she be?
Well, fortunately, she had formerly been on the U.S. team as a Kumite player.
So she understands.
So she understands, and she loves to help out. And plus, it gives her a break when I get to go away for a little bit. So
A break from you.
yeah.
Okay, so into this match. Veronica Brunori, she's leading with that 1 point, and she has the Senchu advantage. Eri Shima, who hasn't scored so highly during the round. She is very much one of the hunters in here. It's Brunori who gets the support of 3 of the judges. A 1 point score.
Now, I like to watch the strategy of the fighters as they control the ring. So in this case, Aka was moving around, where Al was trying to cut her off and try to provide openings for herself to be able to attack.
With the 4 screens, as you see here, the referee is deciding which one to go to have a look at the best image they can get. And there is the zoom in. You can see the punch from Eri seems to pass the side of the face. Therefore, it didn't meet the target, it didn't meet the criteria, and it can't score a point. No more opportunity for video review. Still 39 seconds to go. Eri Shima of Japan still hunting her prey. Veronica Brunori has to take a jogai. She gets a yellow card, but she's still safe. She's not within the last 15 seconds yet. Yeah. Both punches going in at the same time. Both receiving support from a judge each, 2 judges each.
Right. And the judges have different viewpoints, so that's why sometimes you'll have, depending on what they can see, this time both Aka and Ao.
But it is good to see that it's possible for both to score at the same time, isn't it?
That's correct.
Good counter punch that time. Brunori came in very, very fast with that attack, but Eri Shima was able to meet her this time, getting a very good 1 point score from 3 of the judges.
Yeah. Good timing.
Video review request from Brunori's coach. Which of the screens will the judge go for?
Again, in this case,
there's a double punch attack, wasn't there, from Brunori?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the second one that looks very close.
So in this case, where blue was awarded a point, He can only award a point to red if it was before the blue point
And look
that
how
was
tight,
awarded.
look how tight that is.
Very tight.
As blue did the punch, there's the punch coming in
He's
from
looking
blue.
at
Is it the same time? Because if it's the same time, it could score. But if, as you say, one was slightly faster than the other,
Gave 1 point.
it was right at the same time,
Whereas
wasn't it?
a simultaneous is also acceptable.
Yeah.
So
Very, very good call from the coach. Again, there are 2 judges gone for scores. It's 15 seconds still on the clock. Very, very tight.
yeah. Well, with both sides being awarded points, it shows that they're both fighting hard for this victory.
Now. It's a 2-point score. 2-point score for blue.
Yeah.
And a 1-point score for red.
And still has Senshu as well.
Yeah, and there's still that 1-point difference into the last 15 seconds. Berry, again, hunting down her prey and being successful, as 2 of the judges have gone for a 1-point score. Now it's going to be 5-5. What she has to do is either score another point or force an error in which Brunori loses the Senshu and that green square round. But
Precisely.
the coach has gone for a video review.
Well, now would be the time to use it.
And this is a very important call yet again. Top right-hand screen perhaps shows the punch. There it is. You can see both punches going in at the same time. As they did, you see Shima,
Okay.
Eri Shima's punch is there.
Red.
And Shima got the punch second.
So it's possible.
So it's possible for this to score if red is perceived to have had a good enough technique. See, Shima's punch goes in over the top, but has the punch from Brunori arrived first? So the tension builds, and it's down to the video review
It has.
judge. And the answer is yes. Another fabulous call from the coach of Veronica Brunori. 12 seconds still on the clock. Eri again makes a big attack. Didn't get the judges this time. No card to call either. Brunori steps off the tatami.
Now.
Will lose the Senshu. 5 seconds on the clock. 1 point needed from Eri Shima.
This is a tough tactical decision to make, to lose that Senshu.
He loses that green support around that number 6. Can Eri Shima get one more score? Yes, she can. Yes, she can indeed. 4 judges.
Like I said, that's very tough
1 second
tactical
on the clock.
decision.
It's going to be 6-6. There'll be a Hante decision unless one has scored with superior techniques, either Ippon's or Wazari's, in which case it would go in their favor. But there's a video review.
Still has
once
video
more
review.
from the coach of Brunori.
And there'd be no reason not to use your last video
absolutely,
review at this point.
Absolutely. Now, the interesting thing here is if it finishes 6-6, Eri got a 2-point score,
Yes.
and she would therefore take the win.
Right. Automatically, the scoreboard will allocate Wazari's.
She scored off
and Ippon's.
Wazari.
Yes.
But
No, she
1
lost
second on the
it.
clock. She lost the review.
Now she has to come
must
back.
come forward. Brunori has to go forward. She knows she's going to lose otherwise. Eri steps off the tatami.
Right.
She'll receive a Hansokachui. She'll get 4 of those yellow cards in one go.
But she had no previous penalties, so.
But she's still safe.
Yeah.
And still in the last second. And Eri Shima, what a sensational win she's taken. 6-6 it remains, but because she had a 2-point score with that Wasari, she gets the bronze medal.
bronze. As I mentioned in, I think, a couple fights ago, that's a tough decision to be able to.
Yep. Tough
To
decision.
lose that Senshu. Yes.
And there's a classic example of never say die.
That's right.
Keep fighting right to the end.
So when the score is equal, First is they consider senshu for the winner. Then, if there is no senshu advantage, they will look to ippons, or 3-point. If there is none, they go to wazari. And if there are equal or there are none, then they will go to what they call hante. And they will have the chief referee will blow the whistle. The judges will give award to who they think was the best fighter. And if that is still tied, then the referee will make the final decision.
That's how the tie breaks are decided. Unless it's a team event, in which case there's another criteria to consider.
Or during our elimination rounds, which we did round robin.
In round robin.
We do hikiwake, which is a tie.
So let's just have a chance to have a look at some of the highlights and the clickers. Now, these are the clickers that we've been talking about. You got a red one and a blue one. And so just explain how you score a point. On the front is the yuko.
Is the yuko. And then on top, you saw, where's another button, which would be for the wazari for the 2 points. And you push both at the same time for ippon or for 3 points. And that's all there is to it.
And it seems so much simpler than the flag. It looks so much cleaner, easy to understand.
Well, I think the technology aspect of it, once the bugs were worked out, provides an advantage to the operation of the match. And that, like as you mentioned, the clock stops immediately when there's 2 or more flags. Oftentimes in competitions that don't use this, the clock will continue to run, and then you have to reset the clock, and then you have people, and it takes up time, and it's not clean. So this is, I think, a nice advantage for us.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Absolutely. So the athletes are warming up and getting ready to come out into the arena. Female minus 55 kilo.
And you may have mentioned, but above the score areas where it says 0 and 0 or the points, it looks like there's a red and blue smaller square. That indicates if they still have their video review card or not. During the elimination phase, round robin, the coaches or the competitors only allowed 1 video review card. If they lose it in the first match, they do not have it for the rest of the round robin matches. However, in the quarter, semi, and finals, they are awarded a new card for each athlete.
Wearing blue, coming from Italy, please welcome Siria Mancinelli.
Siria Mancinelli, the 22-year-old. Got 5th place in Rabat in the Karate1 Premier League. You see she scored 17 yukos on the way through, also an ippon. She was also a gold medal winner in the A Series in Athens. Agung Sanestrani from Indonesia. Don't see so many Indonesian athletes in the Karate1 Premier League Series. No. Generally, do we?
No, I think, unfortunately, I think logistics is very difficult for some regions of the world, and to be able to make it to some of these events. But they always present very good athletes.
We've referred to the clicker system against the joystick system against the flag system. This is the final testing ground.
Yes.
For the new system, isn't it?
Final decision. They had an evaluation team here to make the final recommendation to the WKF for the Budapest World Championships.
And if that is successful, then we will be looking at this system being used in the World Championships.
Yes. In the future. And I have heard nothing but good things at this championship as far as the use of these joysticks. So I will be preparing my fingers to hit some buttons when I go to Budapest.
And before you get to Budapest, crossing your fingers that this is the system that's going to be used.
That's right. Exactly. All right.
score being opened.
3-1.
And this is Agung Sanisarani, who's going to take that opening score. Got the Senchu advantage. The referee's going to decide who is at fault here. They didn't separate. Yellow card going against Mancinelli.
Okay. So holding. Whoa! In with the Yuko and video review card for Aka.
1 point for Mancinelli. Video review for red.
So holding is when there is someone grabs with either one or two hands without attempting an actual karate technique to attempt to score.
There's the video review. There's the kick going up to the face.
Yeah.
Did it reach the target? Was it short?
Looks pretty close.
And how much distance is there? The tolerances.
Right. So we give up to 5 centimeters for the kicks and 2 centimeters for punches to the face.
And that was a successful call, wasn't it?
Yes. No, it looked to be right on. Because Al moved backwards after the point of impact on the kick.
That's a lady just getting her arm up in place to block that kick.
So both sides were trying to gain advantage, but separated on their own.
Oh, she's performing incredibly well here. Agung Sansinarani of Indonesia. 3-point score.
And that was doing a side step.
Another Yuko, 6 points to 2. She leads. Not quite sure here. Mancinelli, what's from a fighter's point of view, or a coach's point of view, Jay, what is she going to do? She's trailing by such a large margin.
Yeah, she's going to have to attempt the higher scoring techniques.
Go for the big
kicking
one.
Or sweeping.
And of course her opponent knows that's likely to be her choice, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's where, as we talked about before, is ring strategy, being able to control your opponent into the corner, providing less opportunities for them to escape from your attack. And you can use... wow.
Gain the speed of the Indonesian fighter. Referee just checking to make sure that there wasn't too much contact.
Yeah, I like her footwork. She's able to execute techniques while moving.
And that bouncing movement, very light plyometric training, must come into play.
And lots of times when you see the bouncing, they're not so much bouncing up and down as they're using mobility of their feet to be able to move laterally, instead of just jumping up and down.
Yeah. Using their legs like springs.
Exactly.
The coiled spring ready to explode into action with a punch. Just seeing the punch here that's being looked at.
Yeah. So applying combinations, attempting foot sweeps with follow-up techniques are the types of things that I would be looking for if I was in Al's position.
And the interesting thing about this is that the referee conducting the video review doesn't know which technique the coach has asked for.
So
That's
right.
completely in the dark until they look at those few seconds of footage and determine whether indeed there has been a score that's valid or not at
Well,
all.
until this year, the coach had to request either a punch to the face or a kick to the body, and if the person doing the video review saw a good technique, but it wasn't one that was asked for, they could not award that point. So now they provided, I think, a more fair opportunity.
Again,
No?
proving just too good, I think,
Yeah.
for the Italian fighter.
Well, she used the timing of the separation and then the Suzuki to continue to automatically counter right in instead of waiting.
Agung Sanistiarani did compete in Fukuoka, but she didn't take any medals, and this is only her second Karate1 Premier League of the season. Just 7 seconds to go. It's going to lose the Senchu. I don't think it's going to make a great deal of difference at the moment, unless, of course, she's forced off the tatami.
As long as she stays in bounds.
And if Manzanelli can force that error once more, another point for red.
Well, and she is so far ahead that there was nothing to lose by attacking.
Yeah. Fabulous win there. 10 points to 2. Absolutely convincing win.
So we don't see
Agung Sanistiarani of Indonesia.
We don't see it too often, but in this case, the win was by an 8-point lead.
Yes.
That's why there was still time on the clock.
So just to explain that, the 8-point lead is the differential.
Yeah, so
And the match.
it doesn't mean hitting 8 points, but it means having 8 points more than your opponent, and then the match is awarded to the winner at that point. Most matches go the full length of time, and in this case, it stopped short by 2 seconds.
Male Kumite next, minus 67 kilogram coming up in just a moment.
Minus 67 kilograms, bronze medal match number 1. Male Kumite under 67 kilograms, bronze medal match number 1.
So the referees are selected for the medal matches by the 4 tatami managers, assistant managers are sent to the finals, but then they select 4 people who performed best during the weekend and submit their names to represent the referees in the finals. So not everybody is eligible to be here.
So it's a competition for the athletes. Only the best get to the finals and the middle bouts. The competition for the referees is exactly the same concept. Better you perform, the more chances you get through to do more matches and potentially get recommended for bronze or gold medal bouts.
That's correct. And in this case, at this particular competition, we had very high-level officials in all the rings throughout the weekend. And so I know it was a difficult decision to make, but you have to make it.
Of course, not everybody's going to be able to officiate at a world or an Olympic event. And I know that you're sharing your time and experience with us in the bronze medal bouts, and you won't be commentating in the gold medal matches because you are no doubt going to be required to do the job on the tatami.
Well, actually, at this point, I have an injury, so I will not be participating in the gold medal matches this afternoon, although I would have had that opportunity but for.
We have seen you on the tatami many times in the finals before.
There's also a separate responsibility that if I was not broadcasting is called the appeals jury. We hear only the top officials get selected to hear protests if there's some mistake that a coach wants to call out, and then they have to review and make a decision based on that. And I often am asked to be on that jury.
Excellent. Because you are an attorney by profession.
Yes, that I think that helps a little bit. We have several attorneys on the appeals jury, and but now retired. So.
Hey, so the male minus 67 kilogram bronze medal bout between Chile and Jordan. Verdi Fuentes of Chile wearing the red colors. Al-Masatfa Abdelrahman of Jordan wearing blue. Abdelrahman, of course, Al-Masatfa Abdelrahman is an Olympic bronze medalist.
Wow. And something that isn't often noticed is that we have to have representations from the different continents with the referees and the judges. So we have a person from Pan America athlete, and we have a Pan American judge from Mexico, as well as from Asia and Europe and Africa and Oceania.
Try to create neutrality where it's possible.
Of course, the officials cannot be from the exact same country as the athletes.
Yeah, so you have no vested interest.
Right. And for some of us who are dual nationality, we have two countries we cannot officiate.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's right and proper. Is that 1 point score? Two of the judges gone for it. Freri Fuentes opens the score. Will also get the Senchu advantage. This time, Al-Masatfa coming back with a punch. Al-Masatfa was first in Rabat. He was also the gold medal winner in Fukuoka.
So just a comment that every time an athlete leaves the tatami does not mean it's a penalty. It's only if they leave of their own volition.
Although Al-Masatfa Abdelrahman is competing for a bronze medal here, he has been confirmed as the Karate1 Grand winner for this category because he's already amassed the points to the degree that he cannot be challenged. He has a 2,640 points. His nearest rival is way down behind him on 2,460. So Abdelrahman is the new grand winner, and I'm sure at the same time he would want to be the bronze medal winner here because every medal counts. Every performance is important, and they treat everyone as though it were a world or Olympic final.
Right. Correct. Every performance, whether you are awarded a medal or not, matters.
Referee is looking to see whether this is a potential 3-point score. If this punch has been agreed, and it certainly has. So now he goes from 1 up to 4 points.
And in calls like the last one, it's difficult for the judges often to see the weapon, the fist in this case, hitting the target, because you notice how he was curled up, the opponent. So we appreciate having the opportunity to be reviewed.
Harry Fuentes receives a warning, holding on. Fuentes still has the century advantage, so if he could get a 3-point score, that will turn the tables. He still has 36 seconds to do that.
Plenty of time.
When Harry Fuentes gets that 1-point score from 3 of the judges. High kick there from Almasatva. He's kind of propelled off his feet there after the kick. The coach believes that it was a score. He did, as he was attacked there from Freire Fuentes, he did lean back as he did the kick. See the top right-hand screen shows.
So in our training, we are
going in,
told to make a difference, to understand the difference between someone who lands a kick and is pushed over as to someone who is falling away on their own while landing the kick.
It looks like he's been kind of propelled backward after the kick.
That's what it appears. And but see if all the other criteria.
Now, on that, still, it could be that the kick was too far.
It
was almost like the shin.
It is possible, but it also depends on the angle of the foot and the ankle, too, in relation to the head.
And the timing of the kick. So it's not just as simple as saying, oh, yes, it was in.
Right.
It's, is it meeting the criteria for Ippon? That's why the video review judges, referee is looking at different angles.
And you have to look at the point of final, what would be impact, not just effort. There he is. I think
the criteria.
Yep.
And what a good call again from one of the coaches, Abdul Rahman.
And good evaluation by the judge.
7 points too. He comes in with another kick to the body, another kick to the head, and a punch at the same time.
Brought on a flurry of techniques there.
But it was the punch that got through to get the score.
Yeah. Now, in a case like this, if he executed a kick that was good after that punch that was scored, the judges can change their call to a higher point.
You see the ferocity of the fight from the Olympic bronze medalist and grand winner, taking the crown from Dionysios Xenos, who will be going for gold later. Five seconds to go. Video review requested from the coach of Freire Fuentes.
So when the coach holds up the video review card, they have what they call a contact assistant, or the coach supervisor, is supposed to blow the whistle to make the referee aware of that situation. And then after that, the Kansa needs to blow the whistle to get the referee's attention as well.
The match.
Yeah.
Because the clock continues running
until there's a
yame, until the referee stops the bank. Unlike when there's a score.
They have experimented, I believe, with clickers for the coaches as well. But
yes.
At this time, that is not the operation.
No, once or twice in that trial, coaches may have dropped the joystick, for want of a better term, and it's depressed on the plunger and called for a so it's not there yet.
All the bugs not worked out yet, and then. But I think that would be very beneficial if it works well.
There was another fast punch there from Al-Mustafa Abdulrahman. So quick. Those kicks come up at lightning speed. Massive win.
Another outstanding fight.
Very, very impressive. Al-Mustafa, the Olympic bronze medalist, the bronze medal winner here in Dublin, and the grand winner for the 2023 series of Karate1 Premier League. That was the kick that went in. You can see the way he'd been propelled out of the area.
Yes, he completed the kick at the point of impact. He was still with the balance in good form, but then, as you said, he was propelled.
Second of the bronze medal bouts in the male minus 67 kilogram is an Italian affair. Both of the fighters are from Italy, so they know each other incredibly well. This is Gianluca De Vivo going through his warm-up routine, trying to get his concentration focus. He's up against teammate Luca Marecka, 29-year-old. Both these fighters are incredibly experienced. De Vivo at 31 years of age. He has competed in all three previous Karate1 Premier Leagues. Pirkko Heinonen, an Olympic referee, is
This is not Julius Paneski
from Hungary. This is Pirkko Heinonen of Finland.
She's an excellent referee and a leader within the referee corps.
Gianluca De Vivo, active in all three of the previous Karate1 Premier Leagues this season, this being his fourth. He did take a silver medal in Rabat. See, he scored Yuko and Ippon in the eliminations.
Italy has always represented well both Kumite and Kata for a long time.
Phenomenal. Luca Marecka shouts his way to the tatami. 8 Yuko he scored, Saudi, and 4 Ippon, so look out for those kicks. Luca Marecka, by the way, defeated the Olympic and world champion Steven da Costa 4 points to 2 in the quarterfinal to get himself in this bronze medal position.
Well, I think he's warmed up.
He
should be ready.
That's for sure.
Should be exciting.
He's competed in all 4 of the Karate1 Premier Leagues, and this is the first time he's got a chance to take a medal. That first 10 or 15 seconds of just testing each other to see where the potential weaknesses may lie. So Marecka goes off the tatami, gets his first yellow card warning. Good counter punch from Maretska, wasn't it?
I was just going to say, appears to be a counter puncher. So
three of the referees agree. And again, it's much easier now for the referees and judges. The referee has to just concentrate on conducting the match,
right,
and the judges just have to concentrate on whether they can see a point or not.
Yeah, with the flag system, it was frustrating because half the time I'd keep the outer corner of my eyes whenever there's an interaction to see if there's any flags being thrown, and then or listening for the whistle from the kansa. So you had double duty, so to speak.
And the kansa being that fifth official.
That's right, the match controller.
Yeah, the match controller.
Yeah, I really didn't know what my opinion would be of the joystick system, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
That's good to hear. Luka Maretska gets a second point. He has the Senchu advantage.
Whoop.
There's a video review request, though, from the coach of Gianluca De Vivo. So Maretska going high with his punch. That got the flags at the same time. De Vivo has gone low with his reverse punch. Now here's an interesting one because De Vivo's knee was close or on the tatami, and the punch from Maretska could be a 3-point score because it
That's correct.
Just the 2 feet.
That's
must
so you
be on
have
the
to
floor.
look. You have to look at the
if
timing.
If the hand is on the floor and it's a punch, it's now a 3-point score.
It is absolutely.
Oh, now, did Maretska step out, fall out, or was he propelled out?
We'll see what they call, but push, yeah.
He was propelled out, he was pushed out. So,
he was,
yeah, Maretska doesn't get a warning, but De Vivo does.
Right, because he didn't leave of his own volition.
Vivo going low with that reverse punch, but once more, Maretska over the top to get the support of the judges. 3 of them going in favor of Luka Maretska.
Looks familiar.
Let's have a look at that attack from De Vivo.
Almost identical again.
It is. But De Vivo.
Oh. Yes.
Did he get the score?
So.
He did get the score this time.
He did get the score. He got the score.
Cleverly turned out at the corner there from Luka Maretska, but he went right into that leg sweep trip. And 4 judges have gone for that 3-point score from De Vivo.
I was very impressed with the body movement and the twisting, being able to change positions very quickly.
And Gianluca De Vivo has turned the tables on Luka Maretska. Now it's Maretska on the hunt, try and get back into contention.
Yeah, the dynamics have certainly changed.
Goretzka still has the senchu. There isn't the green square around the number 3, but I can tell you that it is there. Another 2 points for Gianluca De Vivo.
Now it's Blue's turn to try to change the advantage with a video review. Well, the video supervisor has 4 cameras from which to choose, but...
Okay, so he was rejected. The card has been lost. Goretzka trying his best to get back into contention. He has the senchu advantage. You see that green square around the number 3. But once more, it is Gianluca De Vivo who has taken another score.
Al has to kick.
Oh, that was close. You didn't get the support from the judges. Goretzka, with just 1 second to go, decides, no, I can't do it. Too many points, too far behind. And it is Gianluca De Vivo who takes the bronze medal in the male minus 67 kilogram. A little opportunity to see the replay action from the bout. That was a very, very clever Ashibarai leg sweep. It's a great replay. That leg sweep. Oh.
Yes. My own competition days, I was one of my favorite techniques, always for the Ashibarai, yes.
Female Kumite, minus 61 kilograms, bronze medal match, number 1. Female Kumite, minus 61 kilograms, bronze medal match, number 1.
This is Kamas Rim of Germany, going through her routine, getting her mind in gear. She's up against Greece, the 19-year-old Konstantina Chrysopoulou. Peter Turek from Hungary, the referee.
Introducing first, Kata, wearing red, coming from Germany. Please welcome Green Cummings.
So Peter and the other officials from Hungary informed me that the Budapest World Championships will be one of the best ever. They're looking forward to providing great hospitality to everybody who comes.
And her opposition today,
Absolutely. Kamas just getting an encouraging embrace from her coach, the former world champion, the Olympian Jonathan Horn.
number 1.
Rim has got a lot at stake here. She's a 20-year-old from Germany, and she desperately wants to win this bout because she could then take the grand winner prize, because there are two athletes in contention here. Shimada Sarara of Japan, who will be going for gold later. She's the other athlete who can potentially win the grand winner prize. Rim could get a minimum score of 2040, but if Shimada wins in the gold medal bout, she would get 2070. She would win the grand winner prize by 30 points. Rim wants to win this match, and she could then become the grand winner. Two points on the board, one for each of the athletes. Central advantage lies with Rim of Germany.
She appears very calm, very confident in her abilities as she's moving through this.
For the first yellow card. See that kick come up from nowhere.
Yeah.
Massive 3-point score. That Ippon.
Again, it was almost like just going to work. She knew she was going to do it, and she did it. And excellent athletic ability and flexibility.
This time, the opponent gets her arm up to block the kick. It's that dancing around the area that you talked of, Jay. Keeping out of trouble.
Yeah.
Once more, it's the German fighter that takes that 1-point score. 3 of the judges agree.
Yeah. Being in the lead, it's easier to try to control the time and place of the interaction.
Yes. This time it was a kick coming up really high. Didn't meet the criteria.
Yeah. So in that case, she looked to her coach for a possible video review, but in his wisdom, he realized that would not have been the right timing for that.
This time there is a point to be had. Konstantina Chrysopoulou gets a 1-point Yuko score.
There's still time.
25 seconds. You've got to put the pressure on, though. Fall straight into the trap from Kemes of Germany.
Okay. So that very clean.
Yeah, this time it's
good timing.
Christopoulou who gets the point. Now, big score and force an error in this last 11 seconds. Oh, he just picked up that hooking kick, trying to go for the big one. Isn't to be.
A video review. Just a little time left.
Now, there were 2 or 3 kicks that were firing up there from the fighter from Greece. But did any of them convince the video review referee to give a score? And if it do, it's a 3-point score. Now that looked.
It was hard to, yeah,
pretty
possible
good from there, but was it deep enough into the target?
Yeah, it's hard to tell from that angle.
Maybe
definitively.
Different angle.
But
Could show.
it was awarded.
He may have already convinced himself that it was a score and looked at that.
Yes.
And that's exactly what you needed. However,
No, it's
still to go. Ah, that was so tight, wasn't it?
Oh, he's going to ask for one more video review.
So let's have a look. Top left-hand screen, bottom right-hand screen. There's the punch.
Yeah, it's a 0.4 of a second. Perhaps.
Yeah.
Or is that 0? No, if it's white.
0.4 of a second, we're still on the clock. It's still potential valid score. Now, look, he's looking at the clock. He can see it's 4.4 on the clock. You can see it's a score, a valid. If it is a scoring technique, time-wise, it would still be considered.
Yeah. Even if the referee doesn't say yame, if time's up.
Now, the thing is the punch going in? The kick is blocked. 2 punches. The first one, the second one over the top.
Aka's moving backwards, though, so no.
Moving rapidly back. That was a really tight call and very thoughtfully considered by the video review referee.
Absolutely. No.
That conclusion. It's just simply wipe it away.
You have to look at the clock first, because if there's no time, it doesn't matter anything else.
Exactly. Now there we have the female minus 61 kilogram bronze medal winner, Reem Kemis of Germany. Again, Jonathan Horn gives the embrace. Congratulations. There's the hooking kick. And the double punch attack.
We have one more bout at this category. Female Kumite minus 61 kilograms bronze medal match number 2. Female Kumite under 61 kilograms bronze medal match number 2.
So our second of the bronze medal matches, minus 61 kilogram. Leah Avazeri in the red colours here, up against Giulia Angelucci of Italy. Avazeri having not competed in the Karate1 Premier League this season, apart from this one. The adversary just saying, oh, hang on, going the wrong way, never mind. She's so enthusiastic to get onto the tatami. 18 yuko she scored on her way through.
Wow.
Premier League standing number 25. She seems a very happy bunny to be out here.
She does. She's ready.
From Italy, please welcome Giulia Angelucci.
More serious in her approach to the tatami, Giulia Angelucci. 8 yuko, 2 Asari and a Nippon on the way through. She's 21 in the Premier League standing.
She has a balanced attack, it seems.
Angelucci competed in Cairo and Rabat, but she didn't take any medals there. She hasn't won at international level yet in the Karate1 Premier League, continental or world events.
That was pretty straightforward.
Yeah. 3 judges giving support.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how the opponent goes to the ground, whether on their own volition or if they're taken down or swept, as any part of the body's touching.
Yep. 1 point score. She certainly did have reason for smiles, didn't she? She's obviously brought that confidence onto the tatami. Yeah, Avazari leading comfortably 4 points to 0. She has the century advantage as well.
Yeah, it's working for her.
Fast punch there from Angelucci.
Well, as we saw in the last match, you can't be overconfident until it's all over.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. You've got to keep going right till the end. Angelucci were to change that score from 1 to 4 with a 3-point score. The immense pressure then on the fighter from France, who takes another Yuko score, 1-point score from
Now,
3 of the judges.
Video review request by Blue.
See the punch going in from Blue over the top. Punch.
See what the video supervisor decides. It's going to be close.
It is.
Nope.
You talked of nerves when you were a competitor in the warm-up area.
Yeah.
Was being nervous. How about as a referee? Do you still feel that same level of intensity?
For me, absolutely. Especially going into gold medal matches. If you're the head referee, you have the world looking at you. You don't want to make mistakes. You want to do the best you can for the competitors.
Absolutely right.
But also, like competitors, is the more competitions you do, the more confidence you gain, and the easier it is to
make the right decision.
To make that right decision with confidence. I know after the break we had during the pandemic, it took a while for a lot of the international officials to start coming back.
That's right.
And there's a little ramp-up speed there. I think we're back to the highest level again.
Big score being amassed here from Leah Alazeri. Video review request.
Had those 2 punches followed by a Joran kick.
Which of the views would be best for the referee? There's the kick. That angle could well be a score.
Yes, it was worth asking for.
And there's another 3 points. That will give
the
that
match.
8-point differential at least. Big win.
Well done.
Big win.
Well, smiled before, smile again. Perhaps.
Bronze medal, Leah Alassari, France. Congratulations once again. And we'll be having our tatami again ready for some kata action. Let us remind you.
Here's a chance to have a look at some of the highlights of that bout.
This morning, but the gold medal session will start at 3:30 p.m. Gold medal sessions, 3:30 p.m.
Must be such a pleasure for the athletes and the coaches when they have a success like this.
Oh, absolutely. It's work by both sides and emotional investment too. I say we're going to have Kata again?
Absolutely. It's going to be the male Kata bronze medal bout now.
Number 1.
As we mentioned before, the world and Olympic champion in this discipline is Kiona Ryo from Japan.
Male kata bronze medal, number 1.
And the grand winner from last season, Kakero Nishiyama, will be going for gold later. This is Rimoto. Again, shows the strength of depth from Japan. Moto Kazamasa, another fantastic athlete, World Games gold medalist.
2 very strong Shotokan kata practitioners.
And Judge Dale Gamble from England.
Moto Ryuji.
Moto Ui performed Soshin, Kata Soshin in the quarterfinals.
And his opposition today, wearing blue, coming from Japan as well. Please welcome Moto Katsumasa. Aka, Unsu, Gankaku.
Both from the Shotokan style. Moto Kazamasa will be performing Kata Gankaku. If you recall, in the female kata, that has already been performed once today in the bronze medal bout. The grand winner for last season was Kikero Nishiyama, and again he has retained that title before he even goes for gold later today.
I enjoy watching both of these performers. They have very precise, distinct, powerful movements as they work their way through the performance. And it's going to be exciting to see who prevails.
You see in the background one of the volunteers looking intently at the Japanese kata player getting ready. That young man is a national kata player himself for the Onakai Federation in Ireland.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
He's hoping to go to the World Championships to represent Ireland.
Well, this should be great inspiration for him.
Absolutely. Watching these people, being so close to them, it's a great honor for the volunteers to get a chance to be part of this sensational event. Very good performance so far from Moto Ruiji.
Both players have great intensity, as you can see in their eyes.
The Chakugan.
And Chakugan, yes, yes. So the evaluation by the judges does not begin until after the first bow and finishes after the second bow.
And they're crucial. They mark the start and finish effectively,
yes,
don't they?
If they fail to bow at the beginning of the kata, then they will be disqualified. The same as if they don't announce the name of their kata at the beginning.
But people who are maybe not so familiar with kata may be forgiven for saying, what did they say? It's a kind of a shout.
The kiai? Or the name?
The announcement of the kata?
At the beginning, it's hard. It's supposed to be a clearer enunciation of the name of the kata. Each kata has its own name.
In some cases it can just like a growl.
Yeah, as a judge, I usually look at the scoreboard to see what kata was selected.
Yeah.
And you notice the numbers with the name. So if in doubt, because many names are very similar, you go by the number.
And they have to register that number, that choice of kata, in advance.
And if they do something different, then they're disqualified.
So Gankaku is the choice of kata from Moto Kazamasa, the World Games gold medalist. Bronze medal in Cairo, bronze medal in Rabat. He was the gold medal winner in Fukuoka.
He is also used as the model or the example of how to perform kata by the Japan Karate Federation's Shotokan division.
And you can see why. Watch this side kick. Tremendous transition into that punch. Oyasuki, Chokazuki, they have different phrases, some styles, some schools.
They will use various names for the different techniques.
Excellent balance, isn't he?
Yes.
Balance. If there's a loss of balance, it's a foul, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, a minor loss of balance is a foul, but if a person falls or has a major loss, they can be disqualified as well.
No question of an excellent delivery of that technique from Moto Kazamasa as he comes to the end of the performance of Gankaku.
Yeah, well done.
Has he done well enough to convince those judges to give him a higher score than that of Moto Luigi? Waiting for the scores to go in.
Yeah.
It's consistently great performance from start to finish, that wasn't it?
Absolutely. That's why I would mention before is his technical performance of execution of each technique is very representative.
Chief Judge, Mr. Gamble from England, goes to the other side of the tatami. Now, will he go red? Will he go blue? Which arm will he put up? And it is, in fact, blue.
Okay.
44.9 against 42.5.
Yeah. There wasn't too much question on the judge's side.
It was a great performance there.
Well done for both, though.
The young David escorting that champion away with his bronze medal.
I think we're lucky to even get a smile out of many of the Japanese competitors to keep that Budo spirit, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, it's not play, it's not sport in the mind of many of these athletes. It's the martial art.
The total
integrity of the martial art must prevail.
And I appreciate the sports competitors in karate who keep what we call Budo, or the warrior spirit, alive in their competition and not just make it a game.
Exactly. Second of the bronze medal bouts between Turkey's Enes Özdemir and Japan's Oi Funada.
Number 2. Male Kata bronze medal match number 2.
Ali Sofoğlu did compete. He came into the competition. He was in the eliminations.
Yes.
But didn't prevail this time. He chose not to compete in the European Championships.
Oh, he did.
I don't know if he's been carrying injury or if there was any rationale behind that. He did the team event and, of course, took gold.
Okay. I saw his round robin, one of his katas during round robin. He looked very good. I don't know the results. It wasn't my ring, but but I know he is still performing at a high level. But, you know, many of these round robin events were decided by 1/10 of a point.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So tough. And only the winner of the group gets out of the round.
Only, which usually means you've won every match.
Yes.
Not automatically, but usually.
Enes Özdemir performed Hankusho in the quarterfinal. Funada Aoi performed Papakuren in the quarterfinal. Chatnyara in the semi-final. Ozdemir will perform first in red. And he was 5th in Cairo. He didn't compete in Rabat or Fukuoka. He has been a gold medal winner in the Karate1 Premier League on 2 occasions.
Yeah. He's been a very solid performer for the last couple of years. I've been watching him. So
He's still a very young athlete, 21 years of age. He was the gold medal winner in the under-21 European Championships in Cyprus this year. He's taken that title 3 times at under-21 level.
which is another indication of not just youth league, but the under 21
Exactly.
category. A nice pipeline, and is showing itself.
We're seeing so many young players who are coming into the senior ranks early, but already polished.
Yeah, lots of experience already. Yes.
And there has been, over the last year, or certainly since the Olympics, a changing of the guard.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's bound to happen, but also it's a good thing that it happens for the sport.
Yeah, of course.
So he is also performing unsu, which we saw in the previous bout. And for me, it's always interesting how people can perform the same kata, slightly variations, but still very solid.
Yes. That was tremendous speed in that sequence of
Yes.
blocks and strikes. And for those who are not familiar with this kata, there is a sensational jump at the end, which is a major part of the kata.
Yeah, it's I think it's 540-degree turn jump, and sometimes performed with a kick in the back.
Yes. This is Fudadachi, one of the stances.
Or immovable stance.
Here, wait for the jump. Excellent. Very impressive.
Yeah, very, very powerful, very strong.
Consistent from start to finish. Tempo, the rhythm of the kata is very good. Unada Oi, no doubt, want to improve on that. Superempe is his choice of kata. He takes that final breath to just calm himself before he makes his way to the starting position.
Watching the quarter and semifinals previously is that many of these matches, these competitors could have easily have been in the gold medal matches, but it's just the decision at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And at this level, it is indeed about the margins, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's where you have to look at everything. And that's where the experience of the judges is very important at this level. Good tension in the hara.
A very different style of kata compared to the Shotokan of Ansu.
Again, this is from the family of what we call Nahate, in which dynamic tension is more prevalent than, say, with the Unsu, more part of the what we call Shurite, another area of Okinawa, which is known for its quickness and its flexibility in jumping. This will be interspersed with quick movements.
Certainly are quick.
Yes. And precise.
And precise, of course.
But the difference is if they can do it quickly with power and instead of just moving fast. Should be some powerful turns coming up.
And the kick.
Yeah. There are several dynamic kicks in the kata.
Yeah.
Good speed, good power. Notice how his feet, hands stop at the same time. They're coordinated well.
So as a referee, as a judge, are you starting to think you're looking at the scores? Is it a bit like a synthesizer where you're going up, going down, or this is good, that's not so good? How does that go in your mind?
It can be. Usually at the beginning of the kata, I have a feeling of the range I'll be within, and then I start looking, do I go up or down from that point?
Yeah. And you're carrying the thoughts of the previous athlete in a head-to-head like this?
Not directly. Eventually you have to make a decision. So if it's close, try to be as pure as possible.
Yep, absolutely.
And then compare if needed.
Yeah.
You know, were there any deductions
if
in the
they're
previous?
incredibly close. And this is a long kata, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the longer katas on the kata list. And also because there are these slow periods, right? So it takes a little bit longer. Very nice double kick. Many good kata performers cannot perform the kick like that. So.
Both exceptionally good kata.
Yes. And the judges all have different backgrounds too. Their training is in different styles as primary.
So is the panel, just so it's clear, for example, all Shotokan or all Shitoru? Do they have a mix?
They have to have a minimum of a third-degree black belt or above from their national federation, recognized by WKF, and it could be in any one of many different styles.
Yeah, but the panel of 7 will have a mix of styles.
They could have Wado-ru, Shotokan, Goju-ru,
But it would be
Shito-ru.
unusual for them all to be from one style.
Very unusual.
Yeah. And will it be red or will it be blue? And it went red in favour of Enes Ozdemir, 44.2 against 43. Both exceptionally good kata.
Very good.
So that completes both the kata bronze medal contestants, and this is how Hanada Oi performed some of that kata super MP.
Now, more fighting.
Back to Kumite in a moment.
Tatami will be ready in just a minute for more Kumite action again here with the new category on the way.
This is Enesos de Meer who took the bronze medal.
And please do remember, we'll be having the gold medal matches starting at 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. Gold medal matches session.
Just hear the ring speaker reminding everyone to make sure they tune in or be ready for the gold medal bouts later in the program. But we still have plenty of Kumite to look forward to before we get to that stage. And of course, we do have the Guardian Girls Global Karate Project.
Yes, that's a
to look forward to. A demonstration of the Guardian Girls will be held in the program also a little later.
Now, I saw the presentation given in Fukuoka, which is very nicely done, representing empowerment of women and females and the ability to be able to take care of themselves in the right situations. And we also at our own USA Karate Nationals we had in July, we had a fantastic demonstration representing this movement. So we look forward to not only presentations but training and ability.
Oh, training and ability is certainly something that these two athletes have in the male Kumite minus 75 kilogram category, one of the most hotly contested of all the divisions. We have contestants, one from Italy in red and the other from Ukraine. Lorenzo Pietramacci of Italy. He was the gold medal winner in Karate1 Premier League in Fukuoka. He was 5th in Cairo. See some of the youngsters in the audiences and the various athletes who've been competing. This is a fantastic setup that the Irish Karate Federation has put on here, isn't it, Jay?
You just took the words out of my mouth.
Quality is second to none, isn't it?
They've been fantastic. Well, first of all, the Ireland Sports Center, this campus for sport is magnificent. It's one of the most beautiful I've seen. Both indoor sports, aquatic pitches for all the different sports. I think they've really pushed forward and are more than deserving of having this competition. I think they've proven themselves well.
Totally, absolutely, totally agree. Next door to this arena is the indoor athletics track, and that's the warm-up area for and there are another 4 tatami out there.
I have not been over there.
It's amazing.
That's fantastic.
Male minus 75 kilogram.
Okay, here we go. Next one.
Lorenzo Pietramacci of Italy against Andrei Zaplitny.
Bronze medal match number 1.
Some of the supporters here of the event from the different countries represented through their athletes. Referee for the bout, Mikko Heinonen. This time the graphic is showing the correct country and the referee's name.
Coming from Italy, please welcome Lorenzo Pietramacci.
He's 25 years of age, Pietramacci.
Well,
the competitors are definitely getting larger.
Yeah, oh, absolutely they are.
From Ukraine, please welcome Andrei Zaplitny.
And from Ukraine, Andrei Zaplitny. 3-minute bouts.
Yeah. Several years ago, they changed the times. For the women, it used to be only 2 minutes. And now,
Exactly.
appropriately, should be the same. Yes. I think between the two of us, we have seen a lot of changes in the rules over the decades.
Certainly have. But changes for the better. The sport of karate, and this is the sport element of karate. Of course, karate is a martial art, and there are the traditional elements as well. This is a kind of shop window for the sport of karate, and it's worldwide. 100 million people plus practice the sport. Or practice the discipline of karate, Karate-do.
No, I think this is a fantastic representation for our sport. And I particularly like that we've emphasized both punches, kicks, and takedowns.
Yes. Open the first score.
So if the athletes do not separate when told, they will be penalized.
Close.
Slight pause to fix the equipment.
A little bit of readjustment of the hand pads. Sharp technique there from the Ukrainian fighter. Just that one score between the two, and the century advantage being held by Andrei Zaplitny. Pietro Machi just looking over to the coach for a bit of advice. Oh, no, he says, yeah, that's the right one. And he believes there was a score. Video review request put in by the coach of Lorenzo Pietro Machi. And that coach, of course, is none other than Luigi Busa, the Olympic gold medalist. Phenomenal fighter, now in the coach's chair. Is he going to get a success with this technique?
It's nice to see the transition of the top athletes becoming coaches to help carry on the tradition.
So important, is it, to retain that knowledge and experience and bring it into the new athletes.
Okay.
So Pietro Machi, if you recall that video review, the request came from Pietro Machi. He felt that he'd scored.
Yes, until last year, the athletes could not communicate with their coach to call a video
That would
review.
have been deemed against the rules.
That's right, but now they can subtly indicate that they would like it shown.
And to be fair, if they're right, great. If they're wrong,
give them a
who
chance.
can they blame?
Yeah.
Other perhaps than the...
Yeah. If you have a really good coach, though, he or she will guide you, hopefully.
Because he was signaling there, he wanted the video review, but of course the card is gone, so he can't do that.
Yeah.
And now he's starting to struggle. He needs to focus on this match.
Yep.
Get himself back in contention. Andrei Zaplitny with 13 seconds still to go. 3 points to 1 he leads.
They're pushing.
Yep, throws in a kick to the body.
But he has no card.
Has no card, has no support from the judges.
So when they did use a card, you notice that the referee did not award the out-of-bounds penalty until after a decision was made on whether there was a point or not.
Yes, exactly. The card has been lost by Zaplitny. The score being given mind.
So in this case, the coach was going to ask for video review, but since the point was awarded, there was no need, so he did not lose his card.
Didn't go ahead. Very good bronze medal win for Andrei Zaplitny, the 22-year-old from Ukraine, in the male minus 75 kilogram category.
Well done.
Good result there for the Ukrainian fighter. Our second of the bronze medal bouts coming up in just a moment with the male minus 75 kilogram category. Again, an Italian fighter, this time up against the Belgian Quentin Mahoudin. Mahoudin, who has become the grand winner, taking that title away from Abdallah Abdelaziz.
Bronze medal match number 2. Male Kumite under 75 kilograms. Bronze medal match number 2.
22 years of age, Quentin Mahoudin. Thomas Molnar, the referee for the bout.
Red, coming from Italy, please welcome Josef Rossi.
Josef Rossi of Italy. This is his first opportunity for an international medal at World Continental or Karate1 Premier League level.
And his opposition today, Al, wearing blue, heading from Belgium, please welcome Quentin Mahoudin.
Quentin Mahoudin was the gold medal winner in Rabat. He was a bronze medal winner in Fukuoka. Watch out for the kicks. You see 3 ippon along the way, 7 Yuko. So the ippon 3-point scores. Great ability with his legs. The judges going, or Mahoudin.
Well, and
First 15 seconds, great opener to the bout for him.
And Aka's coach thinks there's a possibility. was.
Mahudin went high. Rossi has gone low with the punch.
And again, as you mentioned, all the criteria need to be there. Needs to have the eyes and awarded.
Let's get the score. So, no senchu awarded.
There we go. Because the senchu needs to be awarded only when the other side did not score. And the first time, this side, both sides were awarded points.
And the persistence paid off there, didn't it?
Yes. Sometimes the challenges of getting a point in that scenario is where you have the proper distance with the opponent. And two of the judges felt it was appropriate.
But there was certainly a great deal of hikute, the recoil, the speed in the recoil.
Correct, yeah. Well, you said to watch out for his kicks. And there you go again.
So Rossi being given a yellow card for moving off the tatami. He still trails 4 points to 2. He does have that senchu advantage, that green square around the number 2. So if he can get a 2-point score before 4, he would then take it. That advantage would come into play.
Yeah, sure makes a difference on what you have to accomplish to come back, having that senchu.
Very much so. The senchu would come into play first. If the senchu's not there and it's 4-4, the ippon scored on the other side would come into play. So
he had the ippon.
The athletes and the coaches need to be really au fait with the rule.
Well, now we have an ippon for Aka. However, we had not discussed previously, if there's a judge hits the wrong button or makes a mistake in their mind, they can let the referee know.
Yeah, and quite rightly, the judge stood up to say that it was a 2-point score, not a 3-point score from me. But here we are, the example is now 4-4. The only difference is the senchu. So Mahudin has got to give another score, overcome that senchu, or make him force an error. He's come off the tatami.
There's still lots of time.
That's another chewy, another warning, another penalty, yellow card. Wow, what a sensational score. Rossi.
Yeah.
Just another Yuko. Still has the initiative. Very, very good.
He's getting those reverse punches to the face, to the Jodan.
Mahudin is getting frustrated because he's getting frustrated by the way that Ross is closing in and not allowing him to put in those kicks.
He's not controlling his situation. He needs to keep that distance, and
He still has over a minute to go.
Yes.
Mahudin can calm it a little.
Lots of action, though.
Rossi's just staying in so tight
Yeah.
and freezing out the opportunity for Mahudin to get the range. This time he comes over the top.
He has the reach. He has that range. Yeah. That's where he had the
Rossi
distance.
Dropped his guard for a split second. And up came that leg from Quintin Mahudin. Now it is Mahudin who has the initiative.
He made me a little nervous when he turned his back on his opponent, but he maybe did it deliberately.
So for Rossi to be successful with his punch, it needs to be first in before the kick. Kick came in and it got the support from the judges.
Yeah.
So Rossi's score has to be before, but it's been rejected. No more cards. Charles by 2 points. He needs those 2 points for that Senchu advantage to come into play.
So he has to cover that distance without getting kicked or punched.
Mahudin cleverly changed from the high kicks to the body punch for that Yuko 1 point score.
His confidence is back.
Yes, he started to get back on game plan, back on point. Rossi, the pressure that he was putting Mahudin on the back foot there made him step off the tatami. Still outside of the last 15 seconds, so he only get one yellow card.
Has a few more opportunities.
Those are the kicks again from Mahudin. Into the last 15 seconds we go. 9 points to 6. Quintin Mahudin leads. He stepped off the tatami this time. Watch those yellow cards go up to 4. He can't step off anymore. Joseph Rossi will put
no leeway.
Pressure. Comes up with a high kick, but it is Mahudin who put in the punch.
Beautiful, good timing, right on target. Just can't make a mistake.
It's in another high punch. Rossi now unable to do too much about it. Mahudin's coach has put in a video review request. Sometimes this can be tactical, can't it?
Yes.
Just to take a little bit of pressure off. Mind you, there's 10 points to 6, he leads.
That's where there's much more strategy to coaching now that they have video review.
Yes.
At one time, coaching was mostly being a cheerleader, right? Mostly being a cheerleader for their athlete, and watching for technical mistakes. This is an opportunity to actually really help your athlete.
The punch has gone in from Mahudin. Did it?
What?
Get the score? Yes, it did. Another point for Quintin Mahudin. With only 1 second to go. Rossi's flying off the line with that kick, but to no avail. You see why Mahudin is the grand winner.
Yes. I liked his ability to come back from a little adversity and be able to regain the momentum again. That takes experience.
Exactly. Because it was slipping away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That early part of the bout, Joseph Rossi was frustrating him. He was closing him down, using his hands to great effect. But once the range came out, look at that kick.
Yeah.
That's when Quintin Mahodin,
and that was his game.
at his best.
Well, and you predicted it before the fight even. You knew. Yes. Oh, beautiful.
And that's
And control.
how you do it. Changing weights and moving away from male kumite to female kumite. Female minus 68 kilogram between Turkey and France.
Under 68 kilograms, bronze medal match number 1.
Looks like Aksoy has had one or two little bruises along the way under her eye. She has a mark. And referees will take that into consideration as well, looking at any potential injuries.
Yes, you have to, first you look at the medical card to see if the doctor has indicated any previous injuries, because receiving an injury in a match can elevate the penalty for the opponent. And you don't want to give a higher level penalty if the injury occurred in a previous match.
Exactly.
So you have to have all that awareness. You know, in Fukuoka, I was in a gold medal match. Athlete's nose was bleeding, but I remember his previous match when it actually occurred and did not penalize the person during that match.
Yeah. Coming from France, please welcome Alice Agier.
Alice Agier, the first Karate1 Premier League of the 2023 season for Agier. Former world champion. She's had 7 Karate1 Premier Leagues in the past. DCS here, 29 years of age, up against the much younger, 10 years younger in fact, 19-year-old Sudanur Aksoy of Turkey. No Karate1 Premier League wins at the moment. The referee, Raoul Shelton of United States, get them underway. 3-minute bout, female minus 68 kilogram category. DC Agier of France in the blue colours. Very strong fighter. Very calm, collected.
Yeah.
Testing and teasing, probing for a weak
Has the experience.
in the opposition.
Yeah.
Combination attack there.
Oh, video.
Punch and the kick over the top. The judges didn't go for the score, but the referee has gone for a video review.
You can really tell the difference with the experienced Karate1 competitors, and that much calmer, more deliberate, more strategic in how they approach their fight. Less experienced, oftentimes you see them rushing in.
Video review request here. Now, was that kick successful? Was the punch or the kick successful? Has to be determined. There's the punch. There's the kick.
No.
Looks a bit too high, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, no score, no card. Back into the match. fast counter punch there from Aksoy. There's the Senshu.
Oh, tried to get the kick up.
It was a 1-point score. It did pop up as 3 to start with, but it was definitely a 1-point score.
Aka has definitely got on the defensive.
Yeah, that's a dangerous position to be in, isn't it? Because she doesn't want to start to think that she's got a minute and 15 seconds to go. She can't sit back on that 1 point, really, can she?
I think that's a difficult situation. I would like to have a much bigger buffer between me and the other person. And I think it works better psychologically.
And she's drawn Azir into another attack and met her with a counter punch.
It's working for her so far.
Yes.
So.
The former continental champion as a junior, Aksoy. She has been an under-21 world silver medalist, so she does have a great deal of experience and success at international level.
Yeah.
Aksoy steps off the tatami.
Yeah. Well, she's doing well at shutting down Blue from France.
And shutting down is the right term as well, Jay, because as soon as Alicia Agir comes forward, she's met with Aksoy closing that distance down straight away. As she does there.
Yeah, her experience in the younger leagues is helping.
She stepped out of range, and when she stepped back, only need that blink of an eye, and in comes the kick from Alicia Agir. Levels the score, 21 seconds still on the clock.
Yeah.
A 2-point score as well.
Fortunately, still has the Senshu, but I wouldn't rely on that.
15 seconds to go. Can she force an error? If she does, she gets rid of that Senshu advantage. Then the Wasari 2-point scored. Give her the match.
And it's so easy. It's so easy to lose that Senshu.
For that punt. Here comes the experience.
That's it.
That's what happens when you're a former world champion. You know you have time. Even the last 30 seconds.
Right.
Now, Aksoy, hold her hand, head in her hand. She desperately wants to come back in. And now it is the chance of Alicia Agir to stand her ground and frustrate. But we do have another point. And this is where that Senshu comes into play as the clock drops down. Aksoy came back in, but there's a video review request from the coach of Alicia Agir.
The
isn't finished yet. No, it is still 0-0 on the clock.
The Kata is communicating with the referee because the point has to be before the time finishes.
And is that the case or not?
And that's the question now.
The referee's making his way back. Can the video review go ahead or not?
Well, there would be no need for a video review if the red point doesn't count. So time was up.
Exactly.
No need for video review. I'll win.
And that's the whole issue.
Right.
Fabulous competition, though. Sudenur Aksoy did a great job. But Alicia Agir showed that experience, didn't she, Jade?
Yes. And the system worked with the match controller interceding to make sure they knew that time was up, and the appropriate person was declared the winner. See, that's the type of scenario, if it had not been changed, that a coach would appeal
Exactly.
or file a protest.
And there would be a process, and it would be
Appropriate,
upheld.
exactly.
Because they would just look at the clock.
Right.
It had 000 on the
Yes.
clock.
Would have been easy for decision, but it wasn't needed.
And to be fair, the judges are not concerned
No.
about that.
No.
Their job is to look for a score.
Until the referee yells "Yame," you continue to score, and then you let the system work its way.
Absolutely. And this is the beauty of the way the system works now electronically. As soon as two judges go for a score, the clock stops.
Yes.
And then it can be checked in relaxed manner.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's going to work well for us in Budapest. If it's decided to continue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think it would be difficult to go back to flags now after having used this system.
Introducing first.
I feel, as you, I feel confident in the system going forward.
Yeah.
I think technology is the way to go.
The proper technology,
When it works
pressure tested, worked it.
Unless there's a power outage or some
Yeah, yeah.
drastic measure.
Well, the controllers actually have their own battery system that's independent, and so they
So that we could continue anyway.
you could continue. Yeah.
Excellent.
And we can see we have out on the tatami.
Female Kumite minus 68 kilogram category now for the second of the bronze medal bout. The 24-year-old from Indonesia, Georgia Zephania Seiko, is up against Ukraine's Alina Selmanyara. Cedric Baxdale, the referee from the United States. And you travel as a team, Jay, when you're with the
We don't
American referees?
We don't travel as a team, but we cooperatively. So, for instance, Mr. Barksdale and myself are usually roommates when we go to the international events, and then we help each other as we
Right.
get through these travels. And so it's nice to see him back this year, and he had a year off or so after the pandemic.
Yes.
And now he's back as strong as ever.
And he obviously hasn't lost any of his skill bases because he's been selected to do a bronze medal bout.
That's right. That's right. He did very well this
And
weekend.
could well be doing others in gold medal bouts, who knows, later in the time.
Yeah.
But that's great to see.
Well, everybody who's here doing the bronze medal matches will be the same group for the gold. After they select the 8 people from each ring during the eliminations, then the computer will issue the panel for the medal matches. So there's no favoritism.
That's great. So this is the second yellow card, second chewy warning. Again for passivity. And now the action
On the
starts
attack.
to intensify.
Time to make things happen. Good counter.
Here we have a score registered.
Good reverse punch. And again, you can tell that the two judges would have had a good view. The other two judges would not have been able to see that. So that's why they're only the two.
Absolutely. Selimen of Ukraine takes the first point and gets the senchu.
Indonesia.
Closing in on the last minute of the bout. Stefania takes another score.
She had good initiative in covering the distance with proper distancing for the attack. It was very nice.
Two points to 0, she leads now. Selimen Yara, the Ukraine, comes in, tries to take her opponent down to the mat. She may get penalised for holding on here. Gets her second yellow card.
Third.
Third, absolutely. Selimen Yara tries to go over the top of the punch. Stefania goes low with a reverse punch.
Video review request.
This is for the punch from the Ukrainian fighter.
So when the referee indicates that square, the other side still has an opportunity to request a video review as well until they finish that square.
There's the punch. Went over the top. Did it meet the criteria? The speed of the video review is generally quite quick, isn't it? It can take a bit longer if necessary.
Yeah, if it's pretty obvious, you know, you want to make the call efficiently.
Well, the question here might be, did that punch pass?
Yeah, I think that's what they decided. It was not awarded.
No worry
Very
about
clear.
this one. Stefania gets another point. All four judges agree.
On the video review, there are cases where it may not be absolutely clear whether there was a point or not a point, in which case the judge will indicate me and I, or I can't see.
Yeah, exactly. Into the last 22 seconds we go. Selimen Yara going to get a warning. That's the fourth yellow card. She can't fall foul of the rules anymore. Desperately pushes forward, but cleverly turned out of the way from that danger was Stefania.
Right.
She'll get a fourth yellow card
and lose the senchu.
So both of them are in a contentious position because senchu will be gone now.
So now the Kansa, the match controller, reminded the referee needs to take away the senchu.
Senchu's gone. We still have 13 seconds on the clock. Desperate attack here from Selimen Yara. Stefania moves out of the way.
She has to stay in the fight.
Into the last 5 seconds. Selimen Yara bashes her hands together with a little frustration. Stefania just strolls across. She wants to keep out of danger if she can and take a little bit of time to recompose herself. Selimen Yara needs a 3-point score. She has to go for a big one. She got 5 seconds in which to do so.
And Aka has to stay in it. There it is.
Stefania closes down. frustrate Ukrainian opposition.
Time was up.
Selimenyara being
Just. So even for the penalties, you have to be within the time frame of the match.
Yep. Very successful win there.
Yeah.
3 points to 0.
Again, sometimes these fighters make me nervous when they're in the lead, and it's only a few seconds left, and unnecessarily taking chances, in my opinion. You know, sometimes. But it worked. It worked well. It was very good strategy. Because for the referee, the last thing you want to do is award a match based on penalties when there's good points that can be used.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, you know, that is the development of the rules, the changes in the rules that we've seen is to try to award matches through positive outcomes.
Yes.
More points.
Yes.
Good quality points. Not having to penalise and see somebody lose in the match in that way. Much better to let the athletes determine who becomes the winner rather than the referees and judges.
100%.
Into the male minus 84 kilogram category. And this is a contest between Japan and Italy. This is Matteo Fiori, the 20-year-old Italian fighter. On the way through, he had a very tight fight in the quarterfinal, defeating his fellow countryman Andre Minardi of Italy 9 points to 7. Zoran Vukovic of Croatia, the referee.
Kata, wearing red, coming from Japan. Please welcome
Shimada Rikito of Japan, 23 years of age. Competed in all 4 Karate1 Premier Leagues, the previous 3. He didn't get a podium position. He was a silver medal winner in the AKF Championships this year. Matteo Fiore. Bronze medal in Athens. He gets a hug from Luigi Buta, the Olympic gold medalist, the Olympic champion. Phenomenal athlete, former world champion.
Highest caliber. It's very.
You see the joysticks and the equipment under the chair.
Yeah, the little square with the blue lights is the battery pack. So as long as the lights are blue, you have a good charge.
Yep.
And then you would know way ahead of time if you needed to change it out.
And no doubt, in time, this is the first time that the system's been used in a Premier League, and it seems to be working well, no doubt. And it will be looking at the World Championships if it gets the green light.
Yes.
From the WKF, the World Karate Federation. And the judges have that was very, very close.
Yeah, very dynamic.
Takedown from judo.
Nice. You got I know you have some background in that area.
Yeah, penalised though because he held on with both hands. And this is karate. It's not judo, so one hand.
You're allowed to hold on with one hand for safety purposes. Absolutely. If you're being thrown, but you cannot do it with two. Because even though they're karateka, not judoka, they should still have the basics of how to fall.
Yeah, breakfall is important.
Yes.
See Fiore feeling the pressure and stepping off the tatami. his number on his back is come loose, so coach will take care of that. It's a second yellow card for Matteo Fiori. Explosive speed from Shimada.
Yeah, so saying
So fast, isn't he?
he has the confidence. You can see in his
Certainly
step
does.
and his look. He's ready to go. Fiore is looking a little hesitant, but can surprise us anytime.
Good counter punch there. Shimada made one of those ferocious attacks, and the defensive powers of Matteo Fiori has opened his score.
Again, it depends on the viewpoint of the judges, you know, so.
Of course, so.
And then.
And here we have a good example of both athletes being able to score the points.
Yes.
So there's no senchu given in this case.
Okay. Shimada has changed his strategy a little bit, a little tactically.
It's a Jogai stepping off the area. It's the first of the yellow cards, first warning.
All right, nice charge.
Going again, but
Straight.
it's the
Chewed on punch.
fighter Shimada Rikito who gets the score. This time he will get the senchu
But
advantage,
we have a video review.
unless this video
Yeah.
review is successful.
So you notice the referee
Yeah,
waits.
hasn't.
Yes, you wait until you see on the results of the video review.
What were your thoughts on this one, Jay? Is it going to be successful? I wonder.
I got to take a closer look. I saw Aka's point was very clear. It was straight down the middle,
Red was clear.
and I wasn't looking as close to Al's.
Maybe the top right screen.
Yeah, I think that's going to be your
Big
best
one to
view.
look at. Oh,
Well, they went to bottom right.
They've gone for.
Yeah, so Aka seems to be first.
Yeah, red was first, wasn't it?
So you would not consider blues after that. And the answer is no.
There's the senchu now.
All right, got that footwork going.
Oh, brilliantly moved out of the way.
Nice.
Taisabaki. Sideways movement out of the way.
I think we have similar background. We're both using this, ready to say the same word. So excellent.
The Japanese
But he knows
language is used for karate worldwide.
Yes. Is the. Well, Japan knows he can't rest on his laurels here.
Not at all.
He can't just wait.
If you get a
And the-
2-point score against him,
Coach knows it as well. So if he can add an extra point, that will make a big difference.
and the kick is going in there. Now, did it meet the target? Did it land on the shoulder?
No, I didn't think so, but you always have different angles.
Exactly.
Trying to use up some time. He's going to get called, yes. Again, it's risky, losing Senshi with only a 1-point lead.
Absolutely. And the Italian fighter was getting a bit frustrated because the hand pad came off and he was expecting the referee to stop it.
Yeah.
But that's not the referee's job. You keep your hand pads on.
Thank you. Yes, that has happened more and more recently, and we've been reluctant to stop the match for that. I'm not saying in this case he did it, but oftentimes the athletes will deliberately move.
Well, I don't think it was the case here because he was losing.
Yes.
But I've seen it happen when the athlete is winning.
Yes. Kill time.
Good win for Japan. And Shimada Rikito takes the bronze medal.
No? Very smart, very skillful fight. I liked his ability to get off the mark for those attacks.
Shimada moving out of the way very calmly.
You can tell this is part of their daily training.
Yeah, you know. but you know, it's great to see that fierce fighters on the tatami, and when the match is over, big hugs, good friends.
I love it. Yes.
And the sport does give the chance, doesn't it, to meet lots and lots of people, referees, judges, coaches.
And you'll be friends for life.
Athletes, friends for life. Yes. Absolutely right.
Yes. I always compare it to coming to international competition like having a reunion.
You and I have known each other now 20 plus years, at least, I'd say.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And,
okay, this is the second of the bronze medal bouts, the male minus 84 kilogram. Juan Antonio Velasco is the referee from Spain.
Introducing first, Kata, wearing red, coming from Ecuador. Please welcome Jose Acevedo.
Acevedo from Ecuador, 23 years of age. Was the PKF, the Pan American Karate Federation, gold medal winner this year. 5 Yuko, 2 Wasari, 2 Ippon on the way through. That's his score.
Yeah. That was just in May in Costa Rica when he won that. And
Konstantinos Bastangianis of Greece competed in Cairo and Rabat, but he didn't take any medals on that occasion. He did get a bronze medal this year in Guadalajara in the European Championships. There's the referee saying, come on guys, get yourself sorted.
Continue, please. Fight.
No, passivity is going to be, they didn't heed the warning. They'll get a yellow card each.
Let's see who goes first.
Who blinks first? Referee encouraging them both to go again, giving them a chance to open a score. They'll get another passivity in a second if they don't do anything.
I think they're about there.
In this case, it was Mastrogiannis who was trying to get his opponent closer to the tatami. That's why the referee let it run for a second.
Yeah, a little bit like, you know, if they go ahead and start attacking, then all's well.
Yeah.
But
once more, you see Steve Edo being worked into the corner. Both opening up with the punches at exactly the same time.
2 and 2. No sensu.
Yeah, no sensu will be given because both have given the scores.
Perhaps this is the catalyst they need to
Could well be.
get things going.
Oh, all still absolutely level. Acevedo trying to work his man. Over the top comes Mastrogiannis. Carete calls the referee. That's that phrase you referred to, Jay.
Yeah,
separating the two athletes.
Yes, the Karate, and then the continued with Suzukate. And the idea is that if anybody does any action in between that time, they will be penalized.
Coming into the last 27 seconds. Closing in is still 1-1. 18 seconds to go. Mastrogiannis is trying to force the initiative against Acevedo. Acevedo steps off the tatami. 11 seconds still on the clock.
Well, their energy level is elevating a bit.
He takes a warning now. There are the 4 yellow cards. There's a video review request from the coach of Konstantinos Mastrogiannis. And will this be successful? If it does, he'll get a point. He'll also take the sensu advantage. Which of the screens that are going to be considered here?
I say top right, but
yeah, that's the one they've gone for, Jay.
Let's see it one more time.
That's where he stepped off the tatami.
So was Aka moving backwards as Al came in?
Aka's moving back, Red's moving back. That's the front punch now from Mastrogiannis. But did it meet the target?
I'm thinking
was it too far away?
Distance and
it didn't get the score.
No.
So we're still looking at 1-1 in the last 10 seconds. Mastrogiannis still trying to put pressure on his opponent. Over the top comes Acevedo, and it is Acevedo who looks like he's going to be taking the spoils here.
4 judges, yep.
And he'll get sensu. Still 3 seconds on the clock, though. Watch for Mastrogiannis.
He has the ability to kick, so we'll see.
Got to go for it. Comes in with a kick to the body, and it's a 2-point score.
And that's exactly what happened.
Looking for.
That was exactly what happened.
What a fantastic timing he pulled out of that. That's a Wazari score. Now leading 3 points to 2. Although the sensu advantage still remains with Acevedo. Acevedo has left it too late, perhaps.
And he had no penalty, so he wasn't going to lose by going.
Anyway.
Yes.
That was a great finish there from Mastrogiannis. He takes the bronze medal in the male minus 84 kilogram here in Dublin in the 4th and final Karate1 Premier League of the season. Konstantinos Mastrogiannis. Brilliant.
Yeah.
What an exciting finish.
Slow start, but they really built it up. It was nice.
Sensational. 22-year-old takes his first Karate1 Premier League medal.
Yeah.
There's the way he did it
future.
with that fabulous replay. That was great timing, wasn't it?
Just in
It
time.
came out of nowhere. Had to go for it, didn't he?
Well, and
had to go for a 2-point score.
Yeah, he had to. But Aka had moved just a little bit quicker, it would have been off, but he got it.
female Kumite over 68 kilograms. Bronze medal match number 1. Female Kumite over 68 kilograms. Bronze medal.
That was one of the most exciting bouts of the day, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, you didn't know which way it was going to go, right? It wasn't just a matter of holding off.
No.
Yeah.
And it was right to the wire.
Absolutely.
Female plus 68 kilogram category. Now, again, we see a fighter from Japan. That is Sawe.
That's not Umberto.
No, this is not
Giuseppe.
Umberto. And to be fair to the graphics team, sometimes for whatever reason, the referee panel is changed
It changes.
at the last second.
It changes, yes. Things happen throughout the day, throughout the matches, and they have to change it up.
Athletes being led out to the area. This is Anastasia Stepashko, 31 years of age, from Ukraine, competed in all 4 Karate1 Premier Leagues, hasn't taken any medals this season.
Please welcome Sawai Yusuke.
Sawai Yusuke from Japan was the gold medal winner in Fukuoka. But she didn't take medals in either Cairo or Rabat. She was the gold medal winner in Vancouver in the A Series.
Yeah. I remember seeing her at both events. So I have one more in 2 weeks. I'll be in Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico for the Youth League. That'll be my final qualification for the World Championships.
Then you're ready for the World Championships.
Yes.
Wow. And often this is personal expense for referees. Then most of them don't get financial support. A lot of them get some of them get support from their national federations, don't they?
A few countries.
But not all.
Yeah. We're U.S. We're mostly self-supporting.
Yeah.
So
In the UK and other places in Western Europe, that's often the case too.
yeah. So you know how it is.
Oh, I do. I've dug deep in my pocket for far too many years. I wouldn't like to tell my family just how much it's cost.
Yeah.
But hey ho, this is what we do. This is what we love. We love sport.
Well, my reason for doing this was I remember competing and all the people who volunteered to be there for me and the other athletes when we were competing and return the favor.
Talking of volunteers, there is an army of volunteers here in
yes.
Ireland. And everyone has had a smile on their face. Their hospitality has been second to none. It really has.
Absolutely. And also, as a former competitor, I still get to be in the ring.
Of course you do. And as a referee, you're on that tatami, you're part of the energy.
That's right. That's right. And
there's an aura around that space.
You never forget that feeling.
Feel.
Yeah.
Both on their yellow card. There's another Tasukate.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, get on.
Feeling each other out.
Not going to happen. That's another passivity.
The referee thinks it's too long as well.
Need to inject a little bit more enthusiasm.
Maybe the crowd can get things going.
Last minute of this bout. Female plus 68 kilogram category. Stepashko trying to find a way in through the defense of Sawe.
soon.
So what's going through the judges' minds now? Because they're closing in on the last 30 seconds. There's no score, no real action from either side. How are they going to determine, if it goes to a draw, who to vote for?
Exactly.
I was hoping you were going to enlighten us.
No, it's very, very difficult in those cases, and because there's no techniques, being used.
Which is the criteria.
Yeah.
Would Stepeshko, she's been on the front foot a little more?
I was just going to say is that my natural reaction is if someone looks like they're a little more aggressive.
No, it looks like, say, we're just kind of flicking her leg up a little bit.
But it looks like they want to do something, but you know what? Now we'll find out. We'll get the answer to the question.
Exactly. Or could this be a split decision? Could it be 2-2?
And then the referee is on the spot.
Let's have a look.
Oh my gosh.
How are they going to go?
3-1.
Split decision.
Okay.
Oh, no, 3-1. 3-1.
And I think it's because, like you said, is that Aka at least was moving forward.
Well, he was trying to get our way into a corner.
To do something.
So it was like being a bit more, her tactic was to try and force an error, perhaps.
But
it was so difficult.
Honestly, it's a toss-up at that point,
Yes.
And that's... and in a case, literally, no one else to blame.
No.
No. Yeah.
So it was a split decision. 3 judges went for red, one went for blue. And the referee didn't have to cast their vote.
That is a very rare circumstance, however, fortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have one other bronze medal in the plus 68 kilogram category. And this is between Spain and Japan again. Now, this is actually going to be potentially a great match because we have got the current world champion and World Games silver medalist in Maria Torres Garcia. She's up against a tough one here as well, isn't she?
Yes.
The Olympian.
Very strong fighter.
Ayumi Uekusa of Japan.
Yeah.
Uekusa.
We've seen her many times. It's going to be a great match.
Well, Uekusa was the gold medal winner in Cairo and also in Japan. In Rabat. She wasn't the winner in Japan. She was in 7th place, but she's won 13 Karate1 Premier Leagues.
Oh my gosh, really 13, that many?
13 gold medals, 7 silver and 3 bronze.
That's a definition of a veteran.
Oh, fabulous. The world champion, the world silver medalist in the World Games.
Wearing blue from Japan, please welcome Uekusa Ayumi.
Uekusa Ayumi, the Olympian.
Well,
the grand winner, I can confirm, is Uekusa Ayumi for 2023. 13
Congratulations.
consecutive, well, 13, not necessarily consecutive, but 13 gold medals in Karate1 Premier League.
Well, she looked happy. She looked ready.
She did indeed. And this could well be the last time we see Uekusa on the tatami in a Karate1 Premier League. I think she may be considering a future.
Okay.
Oh. Well, never say never, of course.
No. It's hard to get it out of your system.
It would be sad to see the back of any athlete if they decide to call it a day. But she's still got so much to offer.
Yep. And I'm sure she can choose in what form that takes, whether coaching, teaching, seminars.
And that's the fabulous thing about karate, isn't it? It's It's an activity, a sport, a martial art. It's a way of life that can last a lifetime.
I always compare the competition, like karate is like a big pizza pie, and the competition is only one slice. And then you have all the other slices.
Very, very good analogy. Sometimes it can be spicy.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Always savory.
Oh,
And sweet when you win.
absolutely. I like that. Good. And also a comfort food.
Torres went for that body kick. Looks like it might have hit the arm or hit the hand.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Not intentional, of course, but it is against the rules, isn't it, to attack the arms or the legs?
To deliberately attack them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I
I
mean,
don't-
obviously, if you're blocking or happens to be in the way of a target,
Yep.
that's probably put some icy spray on it.
Yeah. In fact, I think this is the first match we've seen where the doctor's been called.
First time, it's been very clean.
It's been excellent. And here's an opportunity maybe. There's the kick, and you just see she's trying to block with that front hand, and it's hit the wrist. It might have just twisted the wrist over.
I think it was just the way it happened with her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing deliberate. However, you never know what's going to happen. And I was in team fighting world championships and trying to punch. Wasn't able to get my punch out. I couldn't figure out why. And I found out the top part of my finger was by the lower half of my finger, and dislocated. And nobody's fault, you know. But you do the best you can, and you keep fighting though.
Absolutely. And these are tough cookies, and there's no way that either of them are gonna.
She's ready.
Step back off the tatami. She's ready. She's given a chance to recover. That's good. Really important because, as you say, you've got to protect your hands and protect the athletes, and the referee has done exactly that.
Yes.
So still no score. One penalty each, one yellow card each. And back firing on all cylinders is the Olympian,
They are
the
back.
grand winner. Ueko Saoyumi.
And I think they both like to attack. So.
Halfway through the match, no score. Still anybody's match.
Yes.
Both going in at the same time, but it is Uekusa who gets the support of the judges. There is a video review request from the coach of Torres.
Yeah. First thing I thought was after I saw the blue, I knew there was going to be a video review. They were so close.
The question is blue first or second? Or are they at the same time? Now, from that angle, it's difficult to determine whether they're both at the same time. All judges went for blue.
Well, and also blue's arm was going down on top of the red, so if it was clean or not. Frame by frame.
So let's see, as they both make the attack
Right now.
there. Now, was there a block against the punch from
That's
red?
what I'm looking at, but
Did it? And that might well be the case, as you said. Both punches went in, but Uekusa's punch was, as it was being delivered, she effectively smothered the punch from red.
I think that was just enough.
So she has the sensu advantage. 1 second. 1 minute, 4 seconds to go.
Yeah.
It's the second warning for Uekusa.
Yeah, I'm sure that sensu is going to be important here.
so tight, the match, isn't it?
Yes.
And particularly as the world champion, Torres does not have the card to call on anymore.
Uekasa is trying to smother her.
Again, Uekasa goes low with that reverse punch to the body. Quite happy to step off the tatami. She'll get another yellow card.
Doesn't have too much more room to play with that.
Not really.
No.
Could go to 4 yellow cards. The 5th one would be a red and Hansoku, so you didn't want to get there. Torres putting her under pressure, forcing her back into the corner. Uekasa stands her ground.
Yeah.
Moving into the last 21 seconds of the bout.
Yeah.
There's another yellow card for the Japanese fighter. That's the last chance.
Hansoku Chui. Yeah,
Torres is going to put her under immense pressure in the last 20 seconds. Uekasa throws in another punch.
Right. She's going to have to execute techniques now. She can't just close the distance.
No, absolutely. Could well be Torres this time getting the warning for pushing. And she immediately goes straight to 4 yellow cards.
Under 15
neither
seconds.
of them now, can they, Jay?
Nope.
They can't full foul anymore.
Have to attack. All right, what's...
The referee just going across to Kansa. Not quite sure what he's asking at the moment. We still have 9 seconds
might be
on the
asking
clock.
for the timing on when something happened. That can make a difference, but I don't see that in this case. But
yeah, maybe he's asking. Was it within 15 seconds?
I guess it's
and
good.
he gave the Hansoku Jui, and it was. Into the last 4 seconds, Uekasa. Again, Torres put her under pressure. Uekasa stands her ground.
All right, the
Time is up.
fought till the end. That was the way to do it.
And the Olympian defeats the world champion and world game silver medalist.
One more medal. What a career.
Ferocious
What a career.
fighter.
Beautiful.
Fabulous.
And still smiling.
And just 1 point between the two of them. Great friends.
Yes. Support each other.
Big smiles. There's the kick that hit the hand.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it was her finger or what it could have been.
That's where both punches went in at the same time. Yeah. And the video review suggested that there was push down and the
I think that was the decision.
And speed came and sting of the punch was taken away.
Yes. But nice timing on both sides.
Very, very good. Male plus 84 kilogram, the heavyweights of the male division.
Right.
Now, and this is a match between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Angelo Kvesic, 28 years of age, World Games silver medalist. He's up against Anes Bostandic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, 19-year-old.
Yeah.
The second in Konya in the A series. Predrag Rozorovsky, the referee for the bout.
Croatia, Angelo Kvesic, welcome.
Watching both these fighters yesterday, I was impressed by their size, but the speed and flexibility and the able to movement with their kicks and punches was very impressive.
Angelo Kvesic, the brother of Ivan Kvesic. Phenomenal You see here, look out for the kicks. 3 Ippons he scored, 2 Asari and 1 Yuko. Only 1 point with a punch. That was a kicker.
He
by Trey.
uses his range, for sure.
Please welcome Anis Bosnjic.
Yes, Bosnjic.
Young uppercomer.
Cairo, but he didn't get any medals. Look here.
That kicks.
5 Ippons.
Yes.
2 Asari and 4 Yuko. Massive scores along the way.
This may be the most exciting match. Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Or they could cancel each other out
All right.
and be a spoiler.
Yeah. I don't expect that.
I don't think so either. There's a bronze medal at stake here. Male plus 84 kilogram category.
Yeah. You can see he wants to kick. Getting the knee up.
Well, there's certainly no love lost between these two on the tatami.
No.
Both going for it. Let's see.
But they're
Guess
getting.
he's just putting his hand out to...
But they're both throwing kicks already.
Absolutely. And they're almost identical in size, and that is huge.
Yes. Yeah. During the elimination, there's a definite physical dynamic difference with the height with the other competitors having much more range.
Bosnjic, just 19 years of age, under 21 world bronze medalist. He has been a junior bronze medalist as well. Certainly not being intimidated by the more experienced Angelo Kvesic, that's for sure.
Yes. Cover the distance.
We get to the halfway stage, there's still nothing between these two gladiators. Great fighters. Sharp front hand punch there.
You saw that? Three of the judges.
Angelo Kvesic.
And video review for Aka.
Yeah. Since you're not going to be given just yet. So, see the punch that was given the score from Kvesic.
Well, it looks fairly clear, I think. Blue being first.
Kvesic was first. There's the second punch.
And a point was awarded for the blue for the first punch.
Exactly. So
we'll see, but
he can't score because red was second.
yeah, clearly.
And again, that's been that's been an amended rule, hasn't it?
That is.
It used to be that both would score.
Independently. If there were good scores independently, I am very appreciative for this change. I've actually talked about it a lot. So I'm glad for this. Because it only makes sense.
It comes back to the original karate competition of Shobu Ippon.
Yes.
First point scores only.
Right. And yeah, only one score.
Yeah.
That's it. And if done perfectly, maybe the only score for the match.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if two judges go one way, two go the other, then both can score.
Yeah.
If both techniques are exactly the same, it used to be called ayuchi.
That's right.
When and neither would score. But now it's possible for both to score.
Yeah. It makes it more exciting.
Yeah. Again, it's promoting the sport to give more positive outcomes.
And they're good techniques.
Yeah.
Yeah.
into the last 31 seconds. Bostandic just readjusting his gear. Kvesic getting warned. There's his first yellow card for holding on. The counter punch there from Kvesic.
Video review.
Judges didn't go for it.
No. I know some may disagree, but in my opinion, since the major change of the rules in 2000 to allow for 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, I believe the athleticism of the athletes has
certainly
improved so
totally
much.
Agree.
And nowadays, with the opportunities for training camps throughout countries, has helped them so much.
Absolutely right. Seeing that punch on the screen there from Blue.
Okay, let's see it one more time. Timing was good.
Blue goes over the top of the punch.
Now you also have a concept of zanshin, of keep maintaining your focus afterwards.
Correct.
And I think that may have been in consideration here.
Because he did the punch and he turned away, didn't he?
Right. He didn't maintain his defenses, his awareness.
Yeah. Into the last 15 seconds we go. That's the buzzer. High kick there from Kvesic.
That was risky. He's going to lose his Senshu.
On off the tatami. Hansok Kachui, look, 4 yellow cards now. He loses that advantage.
And 9 seconds. There's a lot of time.
Kvesic moves forward, goes in with a body punch. Kvesic again goes in hard. But it is Bostandic who gets the support from 2 of the judges for a point.
There's just 2 judges. He is fortunate to get that point awarded, in that if he didn't, the other side could have.
And he can't get that Senshu back again, can he?
No.
So watch for Kvesic to come off the line. He's got 4 seconds to go.
He can't
Trails
retreat.
by 2 points.
He has to stay in there.
There's a kick round the back from Kvesic. Right on time, right on cue.
Wow.
3 of the judges went for it. The World Games silver medalist is certainly not giving up on this. 2 points each, and the clock is now reading 0. The split second left.
This is where Senshu would have been important.
That's time up. Now, with the score even, what is the level of scores? Are they even?
Right.
They're not.
Well, had a Wazari.
He went for a Wasari.
That's right.
That's why he won the match.
100%. That's why it always scares me for the athlete when you're at the end of the match and you lose your Senshu and you're being defensive instead of.
But it's because you're being defensive.
Yeah.
It's because you're feeling so much pressure. But that's sport.
Yeah, that's right.
Many sports are won and lost. In split seconds.
Every day. And a good fight, nonetheless.
Oh, tremendous.
Yeah. Okay, wait. One more?
We are now at the last of the bronze medal bouts. This is still with the plus 84 kilogram category.
Well, before we start, I want to thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Well, my pleasure, but it's not my doing, I have to say entirely. It's Jan Christoffersen who recommended you as the chief referee, but it's also the WKF
yes,
who approves who the co-commentators are. So it's a team. It's a team effort.
It's a team
all the way
effort.
around.
We're part of the team.
Great stuff. But absolute pleasure working with you, Jay. And we've been working together and had dinner together so many times in the past.
Yeah.
The last of the bronze medal bouts here, and this man from Spain is going to be looking to take a medal if he can. Babacar Seko, fantastic fighter, 25 years of age, and the World Games gold medal winner. Zoran Vukovic, Croatia, the chief referee.
Coming from Scotland, please welcome Greg.
Here they come.
This also 25 years of age. Greg Anderson is a newcomer relatively to this level.
Yeah.
But this huge fighter, ferocious athlete and competitor from Scotland, has got so much potential. He was a bronze medalist in Pamplona in the A Series last year.
Oh, fantastic.
So much potential.
Very good. Coming from Spain, please welcome Babacar Sek.
Babacar Sek was a Karate1 Premier League winner. He was second in Fukuoka. He was second also in Cairo. And also Sek took the bronze medal in the European Championships this year. So on paper, Babacar Sek is the more advanced in successes, but it's Greg Anderson who has a great opportunity to spoil that game for him.
All right. Checking each other out.
Seko getting that leg knee lift so high. The video review request from the coach of Babacar Sek. But the referee is penalised for holding. So coach doesn't lose the card, but the video review can't go ahead. This time, he does get the support from the judges. Puts in that kick to the head, 3-pointer. Ippon score.
It's great flexibility, able to control those high kicks.
Greg Anderson trying to find a way in if he can. Up comes a kick again from Babacar Sek.
He's got to get around those kicks.
Sek going over the top for that punch.
He has that unique entry for his kick where he lowers his head and then comes up.
To take him down with the punch. Might come off.
Aka, video review.
Might got a knock in that process. to hook that back leg. Because it was an attempted kick, Sek was trying to hold on, but did the kick go in? No.
It was up there. I'm not sure on target.
Just need a bit of running repairs here, like on Babacar Sek. Video review needs to consider whether or not that was a valid score. You see video review being carried out in so many sports nowadays, don't we?
Right.
And here's a chance that this is the kick going in, look in the replay.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying there will be, but if there was a penalty involved, say with contact, that would negate the video review.
Uh-huh.
So we'll see. Right? No penalty. So I guess they had not officially asked for the video. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Even though. Nope.
Score. And no card. So Sek still leading 3 points to 0. He also has that Senchu advantage.
Anderson, I think, is going to have to be a little more assertive.
That's the second Chewy's second yellow card warning for Sek. There's a double punch there, attempt from Anderson. Coach can't call for a video review though. There's 40 seconds left on the bout.
He's got to cover some distance.
Well, Greg Anderson has got to really. He's trailing by 3 points. I know he's trying to work Sek into a corner there, but he's not putting in any techniques at the moment.
Almost. It seems like he would have the range. He would have the distance.
This time it's a video review request from the coach of Babacar Sek. Let's have a look, see if there's one of these screens is the ideal to look at that technique.
I think I see.
Just bearing in mind the video review team or video review referee, one is the operator for the screens and has no influence on the scores. The referee is the one with the headset on, and it's the referee only who's looking at the video, but they don't know what they're looking for.
Right. You just have to go in that time frame.
That's it. Into the last 12 seconds we go. Greg Anderson now puts on the pressure. Up comes a kick from Sek, but he lost his balance and stumbled over afterwards. And there's no chance of a video review.
It's got to be hard when you get active in the last few seconds and you wish you had done so earlier.
Absolutely right. And that's a very creditable win from the Spanish fighter, Babacar Sek.
Well done.
Quite convincing win at the end of the day there.
Babacar Sek from Spain takes the bronze medal here at the Karate1 Premier League in Dublin. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this morning program. We'll be having a short break. And we'll be back here again with all of you at 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. with the gold medal session.
They're the replays of the
See you later.
event. And so, Jay, I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen.
Absolutely. It was wonderful.
We've had some fantastic matches here in the bronze medal bouts in the fourth and final Karate1 Premier League of the season here in Dublin, Ireland, and it has been wonderful. Make sure you come back and watch the gold medal bouts later in the program. And in the meantime, we're going to leave you with some of the best images of the session. Thank you so much, Jay, for your
Billy.
wonderful time and wonderful contribution and all of that massive experiences. I hope to see you on the tatami again once that injury has gone.
I'll see you soon. Thank you.
And so from me, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again very soon. Take care and bye-bye.